Okay, Pam, I'm talking on the mic. I'm actually standing right at the mic. Can you hear?
Yes, put it loud. Put it loud. Yes. And in your dress. Yeah. Then you tone it down.
Check, 1, 2, 3, check.
Yeah, I know you're like, that was like, there you go. The sound guy that
Oh, yeah. No, yeah. I can see that.
The fantasy that I think because like as like you guys mentioned romance novels too, and there's always like whole discourse of like dark romance, and they're like, oh, it's teaching kids like it's getting people into like dangerous situations, but I'm cool environment and reading is a controlled environment. You don't actually want to come there, but I just want to the fantasy of it is what's on
No. You're right. You're right. Well, I well, yes.
like fix it big, no it didn't happen. He's like a big fan of Matt and like really handle that. I just know that the OG and like very patient, like so like
No worries, I just wanted to know if someone was up.
yeah, because she's running around for I know, like, for me, like, hard to have this consumers and sorry.
No, that's
I mean,
I pretended she's not here.
I went to rinse out my phone.
I mean,
Treat myself to it.
you earned it. Right.
No, I know.
It's just like, I don't know, like, even though both, like, you said, like, you both are like, power and okay. Oh, that's
Like, it's the second one.
That makes sense. Especially when it's like. Privileged record, just like being in travel. You know, of course, I guess if you travel, you've been all over the US, and you basically go over Europe, size of theirs.
No, that makes perfect sense. Like, when you're actually using to say,
Different states. Yeah, this is my lesson.
I mean, I'm just like in a lot of random places, like, so I'm familiar with like parasocial.
Assuming it's wired, maybe not explicitly that you have this.
So there's power is
No, for that, I just like, I've had professors who I thought were so good at that teaching. They're like, oh, I'm not going to be this semester, or like one guy, and like I'm a musician, so he's like transiting classes, and this one guy, he was like big teacher. Oh yeah, they have me on like forced studies. He's also like a sound engineer, so he's like constructing his own like it's if you look at it, it's like if you look at that sound information, like it's just like so quiet. You can I can like freelance based. Yeah, I play shows. Yeah, it's just a matter of. I'm not a music major. I wasn't. No, for a lot of the music theory, I learn on your time. I guess there's just so much in the way that I kind of wish I could the whole church.
Members of the server. Church is just oh my oh my God. Holy shit. Wow, I didn't think that myself might have like a that's very, very but I do want to like get my master's. So that was like
So I really
No.
But like, did you get your Did you do a bachelor's in I don't know how to specific issues.
I'd like to. I would really recognize your engagement.
I was able to make it chassis secret today as long as I get my office hours. So I'll be, I don't want to walk out. Yeah, so I was able to work that out.
Like I come out of that class,
Well, you're here. It's on critical pedagogy
Okay, so it's creating a dialogue between students.
Right.
Yeah. Primary education.
Well, because I did, the brand's always expanding. Yeah. I now realize.
So, or no, sorry, just like
I'm glad you
they bike, they walk, they bus, they bike, in any and every way that they could.
All right, I got it.
See how that affects their spatial awareness. So for planning, try to see, like actually notice the fire kind of linear highways being in a car, being in one household or right, strangers or on your bike. So all those types of things affect how people actually and highways we always stay in mind that they 8 or 5 or whatever. Yeah, it would scale like how people like notice like their mountains or trees or what they liked about the visit itself. Yeah, I thought it was really interesting. And I really like that opportunity. I kind of wish I took advantage of things like that or maybe setting some limits. A lot of things have been there, so I don't know what I think my friends I really like reading, really like so.
Hello, everyone. If we could just return to our seats and get ready for our second panel on interdisciplinary and academic borders. No. And for this panel, we have Dr. Edwards moderating from the RWS department. Thank you for moderating.
Hello, everyone. I'm delighted to be here. Again, my name is Dustin Edwards. I'm from the Rhetoric and Writing Studies department. So I'll be introducing our second panel today. And first up, we have Nathan J. Nugent, who uses he, him pronouns as part of the Rhetoric and Writing Studies department. Nathan, where is Nathan? There he is, okay. Nathan studied journalism as an undergraduate and went on to become a high school English teacher for 7 years. As an MA student in Rhetoric and Writing Studies at SDSU, Mr. Nugent has taught first-year composition and is currently writing, finishing, polishing his thesis on meaningful writing assignment prompts. So we'll have him speak right now on his talk. Thank you so much.
All right, good morning, everybody. Thanks for being here. Good to see everyone. So, some theory and practice in code-generative dialogue. And we'll start with breaking down this word. So, generative, adjective, having the power or function of generating, originating, producing, or reproducing. Thank you, Merriam-Webster. So, the word starts here, and the work starts here with what this word means, to generate something. Unlike definitions in biology, we're talking about reproduction of offspring, or computing, generating AI algorithms, the G in ChatGPT, same word. This definition gives us a generative thing. So we can create this thing together, someone else, we can co-generate a thing. In teaching and management and leadership, people create actions. This requires power to create something. Through dialogue, power can be shared with the people you teach and lead and manage. We can use co-generative dialogue to create better plans of action for a group. This practice has applications in business, management, leadership. Anyone who is leading people can generate dialogue and create plans of action together. That's the essence. So, Paulo Freire, excuse my Portuguese, he talked about generative themes, and he talked about how we need to create generative themes with the people we educate. Education does not transform the world. Education changes people. People change the world. This means that education is hard work. You need to talk to people. And if you want it to work for them, you should ask them and help them change themselves, right? So I started doing this work by asking, how can myself as a teacher use my authority to organize the transformation of my authority? And I think Freire is very helpful for that. Here's a wall of words. Oh, we'll start with the other definition, right? So a coaching. Okay, so breaking the word down into a noun, what is a cogent? It's about learning from your students about your students to change your practice. So any teacher, any leader can do this, any level of education, any level of leadership. And typically this happens in a small circle Outside of class, it's a meeting about the meeting. So according to Levan, and in this article by Levy, co-generative dialogues are a form of structured discourse. Teachers and students engage in collaborative effort to help identify and implement positive changes in classroom teaching and learning practices. Co-generative dialogue involves two or more people coming together to talk about a shared event or experience. So moving very generally now into something very specific, into the teaching experience. Right? So Freire talked a lot about this, and to get into some theories, and the pedagogy of oppressed, we have this generative themes that he talked about. In education, teachers hold very closely to this idea. And Freire talks about education as love. It's an act of love between you and your students. It's resolving this contradiction between you two. The teacher and the student have different interests. By talking to them about what they want to learn, the dialogical education becomes something free. The student-teacher meets with the student's teachers in a pedagogical situation. That's not where it happens. It needs to happen outside of the class somehow. And that requires asking them. Okay. So where is this happening? It's happening a lot in high schools, particularly urban high schools. Christopher Emden, I shout out my former principal at the High School in Richmond, where I worked in an urban school. She gave me this book. And for white folks who teach in the hood and the rest of y'all too, Chris Emden, education professor at UCLA, author of the book, he talks about it as simple conversations. The teacher and the student have a goal, co-creating, generating plans of action for improving the classroom, delivering complex subject matters to students from different cultures, bridging their cultural divides first before addressing the content. The content is less important than the conversation, what's happening in the class. He talks about this as reality pedagogy. He thinks of it as kind of a hip-hop cipher. The students are coming from different backgrounds. You bring them in to little, maybe lunch groups. You give them lunch, you talk to them, how's class going? What can I do to make it better? Students love this. They like the opportunity to talk to their teachers, to their professors, and I'm gonna get to that. But you have to talk to them and you need to bring them in, right? Critical pedagogy asks us to decenter ourselves as teachers and elevate the students, right? So this started for me in Zoom school. And anyone who experienced this would know the feeling of the emptiness of this void of Zoom screens, right? And as a student, I started to understand, but as a teacher, you know, it was hard. You don't know who you're teaching. You don't know what they think. You're not getting much reactions out of them. Zoom school was bad for me. So I was teaching these brilliant AP English language students, and I started to use this. I knew about the theory. Here's my opportunity. I created a separate meeting outside of lunch, during lunchtime, but I recruited them. I asked them to come. They all said yes. They were craving this experience. They needed something that was beyond just the one-way dialogue between teacher, okay, we're doing a lesson, here's what's going on in class. They didn't want that. They wanted to, and I needed to hear from them. I asked them, how's it going during class? What can we do to make it better? This changed everything for me as a Zoom teacher, as an online teacher, and I've never given it up since. My practice has been permanently changed. What happens? I created bonds with these students. I created like 4 or 5 students in a little group. We generated assignments together. We planned lessons, classroom events. They kind of took over in a lot of ways, and it was beautiful. When I returned to in-person learning, the leader lunches, I actually had lunch, and we did it. The students got bigger. It became a club. They were willing, excited, and motivated to share power with me. They gave them confidence. I went on to write some of these leaders' letters of recommendations. One of them got a full ride to UC Berkeley. This empowered them and motivated them. They got more into learning. And students learn better when they have a say in their learning. They write better when they have a say in the curriculum and the assignments. Teachers of writing and literature in particular, we have discussion-based classes. We need students to talk. We need to get them involved. That takes some agency, but we can give them that. We can give them that opportunity, and that takes some pressure off of us, right? And there are different ways to do this, and I want to tell you about those. And what I've been doing in first-year comp classes is trying to put the theory into practice in smaller, incremental steps. So rather than these big kind of lunch groups of diverse students, typically just office hours, but not to review your essay. It's to review our class, and that's the difference. This has other analogs. Ira Shore is rather well known as a critical pedagogue. In the 1990s, he wrote a book called When Students Have Power. Thanks to Professor Richard Boyd for telling me about this. He created this utopia course, and he had a lot of idealistic goals for it. Question business as usual, imagine and implement alternatives, co-develop the syllabus, disrupt routines, talk back to education, high-minded goals. Students resist this. It's difficult to give them power. Students aren't sure what to do with power, or should they keep it? They prefer to sit back and listen to the teacher speak. Shore then created something called after-class groups, very similar to what Emden would call cogens. But that's basically what I call them now, after-class group. I tend to call it a planning meeting, something like that. Negotiate expectations for student grading procedures, attendance. All of these things can be implemented on a pretty simple level, just with some basic conversations. So, how I do this, the practice. Thinking about this divide, right? We want more engagement and discussion in class as teachers. Students want more personal connections with the curriculum, more opportunities to try new things. The divide there is real. Bridge the divide. Talk to students. Both sides can learn to engage each other in critical dialogue. And as Freda said, it's not going to happen in the class. You'd have to do it before the class, after the class. The meeting about the meeting. That's where the generative dialogue happens. And often that's just like a learning outcome, right? What do we want to do? I have an idea. What do you think about that idea? Let's do it. Oh, we can do it that way? Let's go. It's fun. And they get involved and they come to class. This has a lot of analogs in professional learning, particularly in a lot of training teachers in public schools. I used to work with Mina Portugal in Oakland, California, working in public schools up there. And she created something called a learning partnership conversation. And this is to train teachers to collect their student data and to get them to understand what's going on with the students in their lives. What's happening for them in your classroom? You need to ask them. We can't assume. Teachers rarely ask their students how well they're learning. They ask them about how well they're doing with the assignment. They ask them about how they think about their writing. Do they ask them, how do you think about my teaching? It's important. They have things to say about that. And people are systemizing this, right? And these progressive educators in public schools, they're helping teachers make learning more meaningful and engaging for students. And it works in theory. In practice, it's hard. You can Google co-generative dialogue, and you might see some things about public teachers in New York public schools. They're trying out cogens, and they see it as kind of an anecdote to post-pandemic teacher trauma. Excuse the typo there. And I hear further in these teachers. If I wanted to empower my students, then I need to understand them first. Understanding starts with listening. Listen to your students. What do they have to say to us? But Levy's a math teacher. Conclusions are underwhelming. Problems with critical pedagogical practice is the dialogue creates resistance. How do you keep students coming? How do you keep them generating ideas with you? It's work. They already have a lot of work to do. She blames the system. These conversations are engaging, they're inspiring, but we must also be real. Cogens will not fix the broken system. I'd like to be more positive than that. And here's my primary method, how I do this. So first, observe. Collect data on students' identities, personalities. Who might be a leader? Who might be a leader that's not expected to be a leader? Bring people in. The email, you have to recruit them. The email is very important. And you need to personalize it. Invite them to come talk to you. Come to office hours. I know our office hours are often empty unless we're conferencing about the papers. That's a good time to do this. And it's a more meaningful way to get them involved in the class. Then have a meeting about the meeting, the coaching. Ask them how class is going. What can we do to make it better? Make a plan. Take minutes on the meeting. Hand over some of your authority to them. Listen to them. Know that they're heard. Create a lesson plan. Generate some discussion questions together. Maybe allow them to lead a discussion. That helps. They like that. Change the classroom dynamic in the practice. Put the plan into action, right? The generative part. Try out their ideas. It's fun. Give them an opportunity. And the ritual, the hard part. Follow up with them and reflect together. They often can give themselves a little bit to you. First year college students, college writers, they're busy, they have a lot of classes. They might like the idea at first to keep them coming back. That's hard. Have them recommend another student. Bring in somebody else. Who else might be interested in this? They might have some time. I'm busy this week. You got to keep it going. So the work is there, but it's hard to keep it going. But there's that ritual, right? So we can start this on a small scale. Here's some notes from current first year writers. 2 classes. One class, student tells me class is flowing between investment and non-engagement. But he noticed when more than one person speaks, more people tend to get involved. He tells me I'm not cold calling, he likes that. But he noticed that it makes my job harder. I'm taking on more of the weight speaking. I have to do a lot. So we decided to circle up. We did a Socratic seminar. We created some questions together. He led the first half. I led the first half of the class. He led the second half of the class. He wanted to get his friend involved. Next class session, I did the first third of the class. His other friend took on the second 2/3 of the class. And it was manageable. They did good work. We had a good conversation. More people got involved. We generated that dialogue together. And then we posted the questions. They used them and helped them write their essays. They felt confident. Next class, different dynamic. Classes change, right? This other class, she thought it was not a lot of participation during class discussion out loud. She was dominating discussion, and we recognized that. We talked about that, and she didn't want to dominate the discussion. So she asked me, we need more time to do small group work discussions. I should have done more of that. In this class, that needed to be done. Students were demonstrating a lot of engagement through writing and documents in class, but they're not really comfortable with each other yet. So we need to create more group work. Got it, great. She even had a great idea. Let's debate the book that we're reading. Turn it into a competition, small incentives, motivate students, extra credit, they like that too. The debate was wonderful, best lesson of the year. Wouldn't have thought of it myself. It was her idea, made the class. So, conclusions. Critical pedagogy, wonderful in theory, difficult in practice. Students will resist. They prefer the passive approach, but they need the opportunity. Co-generative dialogue with college students is more appropriate one-on-one. These small groups in the urban schools at lunch, not really going to be something we can do with college students, at least not easily. What's realistic, we can ask of them. Start small. Not necessarily weekly, bi-weekly, monthly ritual, maybe 1 to 2 meetings with students. Small group, maybe 1 to 2 cycles of that. Maybe just focus on one module, one unit, and integrate something there. Start small. It doesn't have to be a total transformation of the whole system. It can start with just one lesson, one talk, one activity, one little thing that came from them, and they're going to appreciate that. And small change in practice starts in small incremental steps. Thank you. That's all. Appreciate you.
I'm not sure about the slides. Okay, great. So next up, thank you, Nathan, for that presentation. Next up, we have Lara Amin, who is an MA student in English and Comparative Literature, specializing in children's literature here at SDSU. She is currently in the process of publishing her master's thesis on the television series SpongeBob SquarePants. I have a lot of questions. I'm excited to see this. And her research intersects between queer theory, globalization, digital humanities, and fine dining. So, Laura, please welcome her to the stage here.
Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. I am so glad I put a abstract in 3 months ago, and here I am standing before you, talking about something that is completely unrelated to my thesis, actually. So I apologize if you were hoping for some SpongeBob content. That won't be the case, but I will give you a little thing that I just found out today. Today is the 20th anniversary of like the Rock Bottom episode premiering. So that's fun. I just want to say we've had some incredible presentations thus far. I'm really excited to see the rest. And yeah, so I'm just going to get us started. To start us off with this presentation, I want to give you some quotations from a very interesting book I found in my research titled Discovering Patterns in Mathematics and Poetry. Quote, one important connection we will explore here is the use of analogy in mathematics and poetry. Both fields use analogies, comparisons of all sorts, to explain things, to express unknown or unknowable concepts, and to teach, end quote. So let's first digest this first quotation. I like pretty much what we're doing right now at this very conference is trying to articulate something intangible. We work with stories, we work with theories. We're told that we read too much into books and films. We're told it's just a kid's show. You can't write. And many people probably outside this room won't really truly understand like the kind of work we're doing today. So to continue with the second quotation, quote, despite the usefulness of mathematics as a life skill and the comfort poetry provides in times of emotional stress, the work of the poet and that of the mathematician are often regarded with skepticism. Outside the classroom, poetry and mathematics may be seen as inaccessible. Their language is dismissed as cryptic, even forbidding to an outsider. So to briefly be anecdotal, my little sister, she is a computer science major at Cal State Fullerton. And ever since she was in high school freshman year, she was coding and she loves it. Anytime we watch something together, for example, Avatar, The Last Airbender, the animation, not the live action, I have this annoying habit of pausing and saying things like, oh, right there, Prince Zuko cutting off his hair, it's denouncing the Fire Nation regime and, you know, his ties to royalty, right? And my sister was just like, can we keep watching? Like, I don't care. And I just always felt like there was a disconnect with that because, you know, that was my language. That was the way I view and close read and everything. But then later, you know, I find out that she's more interested in the mechanics of the show. Like, how did they animate that? How is it moving so fluidly? What programming do they use to get this going? So, you know, I think that's what the beautiful thing of this quotation is that oftentimes we have humanities and STEM, you know, kind of pitted against each other, but in reality, like a lot of times those things do come together, right? And we are both in the same goal as trying to articulate something that is like really unknown or foreign to others, right? So today's objective, I'm going to combine these studies of like poetic and mathematical language through the study of astrology, which is something I'm very passionate about. And I will be using the text of Marcus Menelaus's Astronomica and its utilization of the poetic mode and technical concepts to express another unknowable concept that is astrology. So combining the two together to piece this together. So just a little background, Marcus Menelaus was a Roman poet, astrologer, and author of a poem in 5 books called Astronomica. Book was written in 1674 and translated into English 1697. Astronomica, a Latin didactic poem in 5 books, begins with an account of celestial phenomena and then proceeds to treat of the signs of the zodiac in the 12 temples. There follow instructions for calculating the horoscope in degree, details, decans, injurious degrees, zodiacal geography, and other technical matters, yada, yada, yada. Originally, I was going to do the summary of this. I'm just going to let it be here because I think the main point of today is to understand that, like, oftentimes when we are thinking of like close reading, like to me, astrology is close reading. So I want to do a rundown of like of Marcus Menelaus's Astronomica. So Book 1, Menelaus ponders on the origins of the universe before arguing that the universe was created from the 4 elements and is governed by a divine spirit. The 4 elements being that earth, air, fire, water. According to Menelaus, the universe is composed of 2 spheres. One, earth, is solid, and the other, the sphere of stars, is hollow. So he talks about all this like almost mystical, spiritual, beautiful things in this poetic book. And then later he talks about decans and he talks about how like the finer details of astrology, right? I think it's a lot easier if I show you than, tell you. So for example, he has like a book of a book of poetry, and he's talking about astrology in such a beautiful way, but yet it's so technical, and he is combining that study of, poem and mathematics. Most of these, you can see it's a sphere. It's coming from a geometric point of calculation, right? So I know like most people will probably think like astrology, it's a pseudoscience, and yes, that is the case, but in a way there is still some type of like study behind it. So I just want to show another one of these. So yeah, pretty much he's putting the 2 together. I am going to conclude this talk with a quotation from Astronomica that pretty much ties together everything that I am trying to relay for today's talk. And if any terms are spoken in a foreign tongue, blame this on subject, not on bard. Some things defy translation and are better expressed by the native world. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, we are moving into a presentation where we're going to have two speakers. The first is Robert Lang. Robert Lang, who uses he, him pronouns, is an MFA creative writer in the English and Comparative Literature Department here at SDSU. His work focuses on the transformative and therapeutic nature of stories and art. During his time here at State, he has worked to create spaces for artists and creators and try to foster community. And he is proud to have worked on the first networked narratives. Our second presenter, who's presenting alongside him, is Rima Shabeta, who uses they, them pronouns. And Rima was acknowledged by the Atlanta Review as the Dan Beach Young Poet of 2019 for the poem Palestine is Upside Down, with more work upcoming in a queer Palestine anthology distributed by Haymarket Books. Amazing. Shabita doesn't consider dandelions weeds, beautiful, is allergic to grass and enjoys stories about slapdash friendship groups. And they'll be presenting We Are All in Crisis, Let's Have a Party, the Crisis Carnival, and Building Community Through the Arts. So please welcome them up here to the front.
How do you do the next one?
Oh, this is awkward.
This is what happens when you're two completely different kinds. Let's go this way.
It's like a comedy bit.
Complicated.
Hey, everybody. Setting some things up.
I'm sure.
All right. Well, thank you for the introduction. Robert Lang. My goodness. Most of you, I think, know me. If not, hello. I'm joined by my partner in crime. You want to introduce?
Oh, yes. Is this on? No, it's not.
Now is it on? Yes, it is. Hello.
My name is Rima. I am in the MFA program. I write poetry and fiction, and now also nonfiction, as forced to from the department standards. It's actually terrible. I'm having a great time. I'm learning so much. I don't want to be learning so much, but the goal that me and Robert are doing together is to take what we're learning and find the people in our communities that are also doing this hard work and bringing us all together and having a party about it.
Yeah. So, with that introduction, God, it's so low. There we go. We are the chairs? I don't know, the executive.
Head jesters.
Head jesters and ringmasters of the Crisis Carnival. A collaborative art showcase meant to bring together different disciplines across campus and community, the greater community. Yeah. So, I think the university, God, this is rough.
You might notice that this is more of a dialogue between us and also you guys. This is less presentation, more 15-minute advertising. Please submit.
It's a thinly veiled advertisement.
Why don't you hold the mic like a
Can I? I don't want to.
like a lounge singer.
Like a lounge
Oh.
singer? Can I do that too?
Ladies and gentlemen, for your listening pleasure. Oh, can we? Oh, fantastic.
We're here to actually have a party. Let's all, while they're doing some crazy stuff, let's everybody clap as loud as we can to wake everybody else up. Clap, 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 come on.
We're having a crisis now, and we're making a party out of it. This is the Crisis Carnival. All right. So, the university system represents a microcosm of the students' expected experience in the professional world. And I think it's only fitting then that us as artists have to deal with funding issues and politics as our big hurdles just in general. So I want to talk a bit for a brief moment about how this started and the formation of the Crisis Carnival and why I believe it's important. So when my first year, I realized there was a distinct lack of community. The campus was dead. No one was really hanging out with each other. I was the only one hanging out in the MFA lounge, and people thought I was creepy. And
It was called his office. It's the lounge for everybody.
we lost the TV here. But in working with the original team for the first network narratives, I thought, well, that's neat. Why don't we have something like that we can do?
For art specifically.
For art specifically. And so I went around pitching this to a bunch of faculty in the department. And they all seemed really excited. And they told me there was very little that they could do. And the effective feedback I got was that if anything wanted to happen, I'd have to do it myself. So the very original version of the Crisis Carnival, before it was even the Crisis Carnival, was going to be a collaboration between the theater department and creative writers, that we would work together, write little scripts, and have the student actors perform them. That didn't work out. But it got me connected with the theater department, and they said that they would be excited to do things. And then they said, hey, do you know about people in art and design? They're interested in doing collaborative things. Like, oh, that's brilliant. Why don't I know this? And eventually I started building a Rolodex. That's a really old reference, even for me. I started building a long catalog of people interested in working together that had no idea what was going on in every other department. And it wasn't until I came back to our department and sat down with the illustrious Professor Bill Naricio that the idea for the Crisis Carnival finally came to fruition.
He's in the crowd today. Everybody say thank you, Bill Mauricio, for being so helpful for us. Wow, thank you, Bill!
Thank you. Woo! Thank Mollis.
Thanks, Mollis. They give us so much money. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for being a patron of the arts. So, when forming the Crisis Carnival, I had no idea what I was doing, and thankfully I was able to form such an incredible team. But to find where the need was, I took a look through our student organizations on campus. These are a list of every art-based student organization officially listed or directed through campus. The ones with asterisks are the ones who specifically focus on the creation of art and the promotion of artists. And I want to draw special attention to the Skull and Dagger Dramatic Society, who I put 2 asterisks by. The first is they are one of the oldest student organizations on campus. How incredible! The second is that they are one of the most clandestine operations of all time. How many of you know, by show of hands, that the Skull and Dagger Society hold regular student performances and film showings? Thank you, Jack, in the back. Yeah, no one. They don't really advertise themselves, and the only people who really know about it are people you either know in the theater department or people in the theater department. And it doesn't really escape that realm, which is tragic. So I wanted to do a cross comparison between our neighbors, and let's see what they're doing over at UCSD. It can't be that much more than, oh my God. Obviously, there's a distinct difference between our humble little state school and the UC, but an important thing to notice, the clubs listed on the previous slide, a majority of them are either defunct, don't update very often, or are no longer meeting. A handful of them are still producing things. The UCSD has a rotation. These are actually all new organizations, mostly. I want to call specific attention to En Route, who are, I realize, effectively our counterparts over at UCSD. We did it first. I just want to put it out there.
We did it first. It was us. We did it first. Thank you, Mollis. Thank you, Bill Mauricio. We did it first.
But they have an organization that's dedicated specifically to engaging artists, building community, and trying to put their work out into the community. So I want to explain why it is that this isn't enough. I'm going to pass it to, jump ahead way too far.
You thought it was just for jokes. No, I have talking bits. So semester, we put on our very first showcase, and it was at the beautiful, beautiful Mingay Museum in Balboa Park. And we saw over 200 people show up. It was actually so amazing. When we went and toured this space, I don't think we had any idea of how many people would actually show up. But what we saw was that people were desperate to share their art and to see other people share their art. I see a lot in like political spheres, people talking about the importance of making and celebrating bad art. And this conversation about bad art is not necessarily that the art itself is intellectually bad, but that it's just new. It's not really workshopped or polished or anything like that. And so this new art that we're seeing is so fascinating. Like we have sculptures, we have visual art, we have original oil paintings, we had poetry, we also had a really amazing you can see it's like a poem that was like handwritten, and it's a concrete poem. It looks like the poem that it's supposed to be talking about. And we also had a really awesome heavy metal performance. It was kind of badass and insane because it's like a fancy, Mingay is so fancy. Everyone was like, I was dressed really fancy, I had heels and everything. And clip clopping down the hall, and then they come out here headbanging, and we're all sitting in our little seats. It was awesome. It was actually spectacular. Where is it?
You haven't lived until you heard Straight to the Vein perform unplugged.
It was so amazing. It was actually astounding. So what we found through this experience was that people were desperate for it, and so when we brought everybody together, we met so many new artists, and the new artists made those connections that they were really, really looking for. And we're still talking to them today, and we are. Like, this is our team. We're still talking to so many new artists. We're expanding our team. And shout out to Warren again. He is putting together the zine that we will be distributing at our next showcase, which will be April. Down, I'm so serious. April 19th is be at the Queen Bee in North Park. We'll get to that later. Point is, at this showcase, we had such a good time, and we thought it would be so important to not just have the in-person event, but have a physical copy of it as well, to see what it was like and to display on the atrocities of war and the drama about all that. He's putting together the zine, and we're going to be distributing it to all of our artists, and we're having interviews, and there's going to be photos, and it's going to be really, really wonderful. And our goal is to just make it known that the art sphere is not dead, and SDSU's art sphere specifically, though we have very little clubs, is not dead, and we're here on purpose.
That brings us to, we didn't just want to keep it here at SDSU. We wanted to expand it to the greater community. And thanks to my connections at the Old Globe, we were able to host 5 different campuses across San Diego and their artists to come together and have a conversation about what's missing, what they're not, what the support that is not there for them. And so here we are at the Old Globe Theater in Balboa Park with students from across the county coming together, chatting, breaking bread, going down the line, talking to each other, making connections with people they wouldn't have known otherwise, but who they have so much in common with. It was so incredible. Yeah.
We did a speed there, and really participating in the speed dating event was so encouraging. I actually still have like people in my phone where I'm like texting them actively from this event because they're doing poetry, they're doing theater, and they're interested in finding writers, and we're trying to make these connections across the community, and it was so much fun, so much fun.
And there I am. And it was so meaningful to have these experiences. But what was most important, what stood out was you saw the list of UCSD's clubs. You saw En Route, their version of us. But who did they come to in their time of need? The Crisis Carnival.
They came to us. We're so important, you guys. Go SDSU!
They all came together, and all the commentary we got was, oh my God, I can't believe this is happening. Thank you so much for doing this. We don't really have the opportunity to do this at our school. I'm like, now that I know you have this club, where's En Route slipping up? But honestly, it was incredible and heartwarming to know that not only was the desire there, but if you give them a place to go, Field of Dreams, it seems to be in the conversation now, if you build a platform, an opportunity, and people showed up in droves, and they had things to say, and they were conversations, they were excited about projects they were working on, and they promoted things to each other. It was an unbelievable wake-up call that what we're doing here doesn't just exist here, but it is a greater issue. You have any?
I talked a lot at that event. Robert was pretty much the eye candy, which is very beautiful. But it was just the main point that I took away was so many people came up to me and Robert afterward and like shook our hands and was like, thank you so much for putting this together. But so many people, we had, how many people were there?
Oh, in total, it was 40 people throughout the
40
thing.
people from the whole San Diego area.
Yeah.
But from SDSU, we had a lot of people, and it was so awesome. We had everybody split up into the groups, like, oh, these people are from UCSD, these people are from CSU. And when we found out how many people were from SDSU, I was like, oh, we're here. We're out and about. We are the community.
Honestly, yeah. I mean, again, hashtag pride. We showed up in droves. A lot of them were secret members of the Skull and Dagger Society. I don't know what it is. It's like the Illuminati. It's like a secret club. They don't want people to know about it. But there was a great turnout from our campus, and it just furthered my passion to want to see their needs met across campus, across communities, not just in their own circles. How much time? Okay, I'm going to speed through these. The National Endowment for the Arts did a report on several community-based arts events that spanned across each respective district or community. There was the Mural Arts in Philadelphia that bridged together the theater actors who were out of work at the time, the homeless population, schools who lost funding for their arts program, coming together to beautify their city. The Culture, the Hate a House Post Project took, unfortunately, displaced indigenous peoples and allowed them to claim their territory through their cultural identity and teach the community there that displaced them, a little weird, but about their culture through their arts and through the creation of it. The Bandaloo is this really amazing project that takes abandoned buildings and lets performers transform it into a living art piece. This weird county meeting in Marin County, Florida was about beautifying the community, and they brought the community in together across county lines to come in and design a project to redirect their water flow, which is a big issue. Oh, we're out of time. I will close by saying that there's a greater mission here, that ultimately we don't want to just stay here on campus. We want to grow to greater communities who need us, who desperately need their voices heard and can channel it through art. I think one of the most powerful languages we have is humanity. So.
The main thing that I've really noticed is that SDSU is a commuter school. So many undergraduates here are commuting from their homes and the larger communities in San Diego. I'm not from San Diego. I grew up in Corona, Riverside, the Inland Empire area. And so coming here, this living community of art, and it's so important that we all come together because we are here. We are existing in our small little pockets, and we want to join everybody together. And so through SDSU, everybody has their roots elsewhere in San Diego. Putting us all together in this pin, San Diego State University has such an opportunity to provide space for artists to communicate. And so the Crisis Carnival is doing our part to do that. So if you have art that is related to the theme of migration, you can scan a QR code. And this is where you would apply. And our deadline closes March 31st, so the end of this month. Our showcase will be April 19th at the. It'll be so much fun. There's going to be tacos. There's going to be music if people apply and send in music. So if you want music, bring the music. If you want poetry, bring the poetry. I will probably be moderating with Warren. It'll be so much fun. We had panels, we had Q&As, we had artists. It was a blast last time, and hopefully this time it will be another really awesome session.
With that, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Grateful to hear from the Crisis Carnival. I hope we all scan the QR code. Next we have, and I'm short, so this is, can you hear me? Okay, okay. Next we have Molly Hantz, who is presenting Writing, Unreadable, Readable Research, a look at writing practices and composition studies. Molly, who uses she, her pronouns, it's a second-year graduate student currently pursuing her master's in rhetoric and writing. She currently works as an instructor, a first-year writing, I'll add a writing center tutor, through the RWSTA program. And she looks forward to a lifelong career in teaching and higher education. And her current academic interests are in decolonialism, translingualism, and anti-racist pedagogy. So please welcome Molly up here to the front.
Okay. Hello? How can you follow that up? Oh my goodness. I've been impressed with everybody who's presented here today, but I don't think I have quite the energy or the natural charisma of the most recent presenters. That was amazing, guys. But I'm hoping I'll give you something to be interested in today. And this is a PDF, so I'm trying to find the play button. I don't see it. I'm a boomer, I use Google Slides, sorry. Thank you. Okay. Thank you for that introduction, Dr. Edwards. It's really cool to see a lot of familiar faces in the crowd, past instructors, current instructors, which isn't intimidating at all. So thanks. My experience in this program, getting comfortable with entering the academic discord in my field, which is composition studies, rhetoric and writing studies, things like that. And something that I noticed, which is habits of what goes into making readable research, specifically in my field. And so I have questions about that I want to answer, and maybe we can figure them out together. And so just to give you a little bit of background, in my first year of this program, I learned a lot about the history of composition studies and where it came from and how it works, as you would hope, as I'm in the field. And I found really interesting differences in what makes this a unique subject compared to something like biology or astronomy or neuroscience. And in all of those, we're asking questions about the subject itself. So biologists are investigating questions about the body, and I don't know, but I think astronomers ask questions about stars. And so you can go ahead and teach that content. Your academic part is removed in the way that it's not in composition studies, because at its core, composition studies is asking questions about the writing process, about the interactions among reader, writer, and text, so that they can teach these skills and these processes and pass on this knowledge to students. In that way, I like to think of composition studies as being uniquely tied to its pedagogical counterpart. And to give you guys a little bit of history, composition studies is not that old of an academic discipline. I was surprised, even though writing and reading and how we think of it in an academic context in the 21st century is fairly new, and started in response to the 1960s and 70s panic around the state of education in America. And so we see at this time period, as this is growing, minds in reading comprehension and an accelerated decay of language, and there's a literary crisis happening. And I think it's important to look back on this with a little bit of skepticism and question how much of these perceived errors or deficiencies are actually really related to people introducing themselves into academic discourse with different dialects, different languages, and different experiences than who were traditionally there. That is a huge, important concept that cannot be talked about in 12 minutes, so we're going to leave it there. But I just want to give you this background because it's important to understand what is the motivating drive behind it. And so keeping this in mind, the relationship with the reader and the text and the writer impacted my own experience getting into scholarship. And I'm sure all of us have had to do that, where we're reading pieces of journal articles or books or peer-reviewed writings for the first time, and we're thinking to ourselves, geez, I have no idea what is being said. It feels like it's written in Latin or in a different language, and it feels like there's a conversation going on that I wasn't invited to. And so my response to this was probably like most of us, is internalizing this as maybe this isn't meant for me, maybe there's something wrong for me here, maybe I'm not smart enough or competent enough or academic enough to understand the discourse. And that was my belief until I was exposed to a very impactful and powerful article by Donald Murray called Simply Research Update, Write Research to be Read. And what he talks about there is based on his observations of surveying different pieces of writing being published at the time. This is coming just a generation or so after composition studies is being formed formally in most institutions. And he accuses his colleagues of writing in a private language in their research studies and in an academic form that is obscuring the information and thereby excluding those people who might implement the research result. And in a way, they are, to be on theme with this conference, creating socially constructed borders and a sense of gatekeeping their audience. And when we talk about people who might be implementing the research result, we're talking about everyday teachers. And I've thrown up a couple of definitions up here just so you know what I'm talking about. And when I'm talking about teachers, I'm talking about people who are actively engaging in teaching in a school setting as their main job from 9 to 5, either through a K through 12, community college level, or sometimes at the university level. And these are people who, depending on their level that they're teaching at and in their state and in the time period we're talking about, may have a bachelor's, may have a master's, most likely don't have a PhD, and most likely aren't actively reading and contributing to scholarly work and research within the field because it's not part of their job description the way it is for a researching professor. And I think that matters a lot when we think about who we're writing for and the barriers that this community is facing when they're trying to understand the theory to put it into practice. And so, based off of my own experience struggling with the readability of certain works and the reference, the work of Donald Murray and this conversation around readability, I asked myself, what makes a piece of writing readable? And I tried to go about it in an objective way. I decided in a class, RWS 609, to do a comparative textual analysis of a couple of different pieces of writing. I tried to go about this objectively, so I tried to control as many variables as I could. So I looked for 2 articles that were written by authors from the same academic field, published at around the same time period, working in the same local community and circles as they're both journal articles backed by the same publisher. And with a similar objective in that both of these articles were reporting on the usefulness of a specific pedagogical strategy or activity for a specific literary skill to help their students improve. And the only differences, as far as I was concerned, were their respective writing styles and some slight differences in methodology. That's not important to today. And so, juniors, the effects of observational activities on student writing. And again, I tried to come up this way where it's not so biased, so I set up a few parameters to be looking at. Starting from the smallest unit of language and working bigger, I looked at point of view, I looked at diction and word choice, I looked at sentence length and complexity, how many clauses are in there. And then I looked at bigger picture items like formatting and organization and structure, and also how information is described and where it is located. And I'm just going to share with you guys some interesting things that I found in this article, in that we can see visually, just from a structural perspective, it's reading very much like that traditional MRAD scientific report where you've got your research, your methods, your discussion section, and all of those components are always influencing us when we're writing formal research, but sometimes it's not explicitly stated like it is in this article. I also noticed, in terms of just terminology and jargon, a lot of scientific-oriented language being thrown around, and using covariance and observational activities and control groups and experimental groups. We're losing sight of the actual human beings that are in this activity. Instead of students and teachers, we're described classroom A, school B, nameless, faceless. And I asked myself, how is that impacting a teacher who is an everyday unfamiliar with scientific writing and statistical language and working through F values? How would they be able to access the information that's in here. And I also noticed something interesting in terms of location. If you see the highlighted section on the left there, repeatedly throughout this article, information is hidden. It's located somewhere else. And I'll just read the line. These exercises have been described in detail elsewhere. So if a teacher wanted to use the exercises from this and implement it in their own classes, they would have to leave the article itself and go seek out a different article. And so we want to think about this when we're thinking about ease of access, inclusivity, and things. Other things I noticed were complexly worded descriptions or language that have casual everyday counterparts that weren't being utilized here. And so instead of talking about smell, we say olfactory, sensory perceptions. And where a teacher might describe children doing jumping jacks or jump rope, we have the description physical exertion through dynamic tension exercises. Do you know what that is? Because I have no idea what that is. And if I was a teacher of an elementary school class of children trying to get them to exercise, I don't know if I want them doing dynamic tension things. And then we see again this positivist, which means removing the human, removing the subjectiveness and making things more objective, right? Through a third person point of view that ends up alienating and isolating the individuals involved. And so we never speak in terms of actual people and actual things. We say an activity included physical exertion. An activity included textile response. But we never hear about who's actually involved. And so from a reading perspective, it becomes very difficult for a teacher to visualize themselves and their own students in this piece of writing. And that matters because inaccessible research creates socially constructed borders. And so I've got a couple quotes here to back me up because I don't want to just be giving my opinion at you guys. And so people have found, another Donald actually, has found that teachers have rejected research because they have been unable to transfer the lifeless faces, faceless data into a live inquiring faces of the children they're teaching in. And that these practices in method and style were context stripping and language possessing voiceless tones. And I want to overemphasize again that this is important if we think about the unique relationship that composition studies has with its readers, in that in neuroscience, in other programs, you do have maybe other people, scientists reading this, but when your motivation is to impact the lives of student writers, and we know from previous presentations the importance that a teacher as the number one factor and influencer of students has, it can only be passed through them. So by excluding them, we're resisting and preventing the very thing that our field is seeking to do, which is to put these three theoretical concepts into practice. So what makes something a readable piece of research in composition studies? I looked at another article. I'm biased. I liked it a lot. I picked it out. It wasn't random. Richard Haswell's Minimal Marking. And I didn't look at content, but I looked at style, right? And so judging readability in terms of style included all of the other factors: word choice, sentence length, complexity, amount of clauses, formatting, structure, location, description of information, all the same stuff. And there were some noticeable differences here in the way that this author chose to communicate with his audience. And so he embraced and accepted his persona of a teacher, right? And he's using that first person and second person point of view, giving a sense of who's actually involved in the experiment, right? When he says things like, I developed it for my own use, or as papers are returned to me, I review them for corrections. I go line by line, I total the checks, and then the students respond in a certain way. And so we're getting a sense of real living human beings in a document like this, and we can see it actually playing out on the screen. In terms of the amount of information and location, everything a teacher needs to replicate this activity is all in here. In terms of organization, we've dropped the headings and have simple markers where we say secondly, thirdly, and so on and so forth, which make it more of a narrative style approach in terms of organization. And in my opinion, much more readable for somebody who doesn't have the time or the energy or the experience to be bogged down in statistical norms and lingo of the academic community. Previously, I read a quote that was in support of bringing more humanizing language to the scene because of the issues regarding positivism and scientifically oriented writing styles. And that professor interestingly said that teachers have been rejecting research reports because they're too challenging and they're inaccessible. But I'd like to pose the question of who's really rejecting who here and who's initiating this barrier, this gatekeeping. And it was found that actually teachers who do read this information often want to try informal research projects of their own. They tally class totals, they keep track of student attendance, they keep maps for themselves of what was successful and wasn't successful, and they share along with each other in a sense of community of what worked well for your class, what didn't. And so, as it is noted, much of these data are only one step away from formal research studies. And so I want to dispel any notion that teachers themselves are stuck in the past or resistant to change. In fact, they are eagerly awaiting the opportunity to learn the next change in theory or the next strategy or the next new concept, right? They just don't have access to the information. And so, looking forward, why does this matter? I read a bunch of stuff from the 1970s, but I want to assure you that I also read stuff from the 2000s and 2020s, and that while there are improvements, much of the writing still is written in that dehumanizing, context-stripping, positivist writing style. And so we still have, even in 2024, academic barriers in terms of who can access to research and who is it written for. So I'd like to encourage us to, as we become awesome, amazing writers and researchers of our own, and maybe even start teaching in the future, that we try to break down those borders in our own writing by writing in a way that's more spontaneous, more inclusive, more human, and shifting away from trying to sound academic, whatever that means, especially in today's ever increasingly diverse field. And I think that's it. All right.
As someone who's assigned a lot of writing to Molly, I feel personally called out in the best way possible. So we're going to move to our last presentation today. And deep apologies if I mispronounce here. Vale Isela Magana, who uses they, them pronouns, is presenting on towards transformative justice, envisioning survivor-centric approaches beyond Title IX for addressing campus sexualized violence at SDSU. So they are a first-generation college student earning their master's in women, gender, and sexuality studies. And originally from San Jose, California, they received their bachelor's of arts in comparative literature from San Jose State. Their current research focuses on abolitionist approaches to interpersonal violence. So please welcome Lila up to the stage.
Because I need like my laptop. Oh, it's just sorry. My bad. I'm so sorry, y'all. Sorry.
Hi everyone, my name is Vale Selamaganya. I'm a graduate student in the Women, Gender, and Sexuality Studies program. Here, I just want to give a quick content warning. This presentation is going to discuss sensitive matters relating to sexualized violence. I realize these conversations can be distressing for some folks, so I kindly ask y'all to, oh wait, I guess I should be talking to the microphone. Yeah. Oh, wait, no? Oh, no, I think we'll just leave it in. I don't want to be like a diva.
Okay.
I'm sorry. But anyway, so I just ask y'all to kindly prioritize your well-being and please step out if you need to. I'm going to be presenting on my thesis. My thesis focuses on envisioning survivor-centric approaches to addressing campus sexualized violence beyond Title IX at San Diego State. This work is in line with trying to envision transformative justice approaches grounded in principles of community accountability and community empowerment. I've only just gotten approval from the IRB, the Institutional Review Board, about a month ago. So, but I still think that I can share some insights about why this research is important and what has come up in the IRB process for me. I just want to give a quick intro into this topic. So my thesis explores student survivors' perceptions of sexualized violence regarding the Title IX process. I'm exploring this at SDSU because, like many universities in the US, there is an epidemic of campus sexualized violence, and this problem remains pervasive. Specifically in 2022, SDSU made national headlines when it was revealed that SDSU had not alerted the campus for 7 months after first receiving reports in October of 2021 that Matt Ariza and other Aztec football players were involved in an alleged gang rape at an off-campus Halloween party. Public trust faltered as more folks called for greater transparency and accountability during these reported instances of campus SA. People also feared that in like other high-profile cases, SDSU would be providing more support to the prominent student football players rather than supporting the survivor. Ultimately, the San Diego District Attorney decided not to press criminal charges against Matt Ariza, and he actually just got signed for the Chiefs. And against this backdrop, I begin my research. So I just want to turn to what we know specifically about rates of campus sexualized violence at SDSU. These pictures come from the 2022 SDSU Campus Climate Survey on Sexualized Violence given to students at this campus and the Imperial Valley campus. Our second image is important because it shows us that those that were surveyed, out of those that were surveyed, 22% of students have experienced campus sexualized violence, which is about 1 in 5. Again, showing that this remains a pervasive problem at SDSU. So I now will talk about some of my research questions. Having an understanding of the climate at SDSU led me to these 3 research questions. What factors prevent survivors from filing a sexual assault claim and reporting to Title IX? How do experiences of those who report to Title IX compare to what survivors who didn't report thought might happen and not happen. 3, what impacts does SDSU campus climate have on survivors considering whether or not to report to disclose their sexual assault to Title IX? And then lastly, what could a community-based and transformative justice type response to sexualized violence look like at SDSU? So to answer these questions, I decided to use qualitative methods and employ semi-structured interviews to interview folks who identify as having experienced campus SA during their time as SDSU students. My thesis is informed by a framework based in intersectional feminism and abolition feminism. Something worth hiding from my literature review that I've also seen emerge so far in my research is the problems that move us away from the grassroots origins of the anti-violence movement in the US. An increased professionalization of the anti-violence movement has resulted in its alliance with mainstream discourse around punitive measures, which has also ultimately worked to depoliticize the anti-violence movement as it intertwines itself more and more with state interests. Similarly, carceral logics persist in the university responses to gender-based violence, as universities are often working in collaboration with the university police department connected to the larger criminal legal system. Some data that I have observed during my IRB approval process draws out some of these ideas that I'll expand upon now. In my experience, there's been many challenges inherent to doing survivor-centric research at SDSU, specifically because the process is intertwined with institutional policies and ethical considerations. One significant obstacle lies in my positionality as a graduate student and student staff and a researcher within the institution, particularly because I'm bound within the CSU non-discrimination policy, which makes all CSU employees mandated reporters for Title IX. This policy necessitates that any information disclosing campus sexual misconduct, harassment, or assault needs to be reported to Title IX, regardless of the survivor's request for anonymity. A survivor-centric approach prioritizes the needs of survivors, yet mandating reporting undermines this potential by violating the survivor's trust and autonomy. And just also doesn't align with what the survivor wants. Another obstacle I've encountered was inconsistent responses from IRB. When I was trying to get my research approved, multiple SDSU entities had confirmed that student staff are only mandated reporters when they are working in their capacity as student employees. And because I work at the Women's Resource Center, that would mean that I'm only a mandated reporter when I'm working at the WRC. Yet IRB one day agreed with this decision, but then ultimately walked back that decision, put my research on pause for 2 weeks, and then ultimately cited ethical concerns and enforce the reporting requirement. And this interpretation of the IRB's non-discrimination policy, in my opinion, doesn't allow for any nuance for doing this type of research. And this was obviously disappointing to me because I know that Title IX does give the Women's Resource Center permission to not have to make mandated reports during Take Back the Week, a part of April Sexual Assault Awareness Month. So there obviously is instances where the university will not enforce mandating reporting obligations and does allow room for nuance, but in regarding this research, they decided that they would not allow for that nuance. I think that the enforcement of mandating reporting also raises concerns around participant confidentiality, because by necessitating these reports, I'm forced to breach the confidentiality of my participants, and it's possible that Title IX staff could identify participants to personal statements linked in my thesis, even though that the Title IX office is confidential regarding individual cases. I think it's normal in that participants will remain distrustful and fear that their statements could link back to them. This reporting enforcement is also missing the purpose of what mandating reporting is supposed to do, which is to address the longstanding issues of sexual abuse, misconduct, harassment, and cover-ups within academia. The critique of professionalization that comes out of my literature review is exemplified through the challenges of getting my research approved through IRB, mirroring these issues associated with the professionalization of DV and essay work. This example shows how institutional responses to sexualized violence within universities often work to prioritize protecting the institution over, protecting the institution from liability over supporting survivors. And by prioritizing these bureaucratic procedures and legal safeguards, ultimately what gets protected more is the university's reputation, which often comes at the expense of survivor-centric approaches. My research hopes to envision new responses to campus sexualized violence grounded in principles of transformative justice and community empowerment. While mandating reporting aims to address the systematic issues of sexual misconduct and ensure accountability, its enforcement in research, I think, can perpetuate harmful power imbalances and compromise survivor-centric research. And that's pretty much it. Thank you so much for listening. I'm still seeking participants. I'm going to be interviewing 10 people. So far, I've had 6 interviews. So if any folks are interested, there's a $50 gift card involved. So thank you so much.
So thank you for that wonderful presentation. We have, I believe, like 7 or 8 minutes for Q&A, but I think we're leading into lunch, so it might be okay to go a little bit with pressing questions. So I'll open it up to the floor if there are any questions, and thanks again for all of our panelists for a lovely presentation.
Hi, I have a question. This is for Molly mostly, but also I'd be interested in hearing what Nathan's comments are too. I really appreciated your discussion about accessibility with reading articles, especially because so many students come into college as undergrads with having not engaged with academic writing before. And so looking at your examination of readability, as an instructor, how do you apply what you've learned through the course of your research to help your own students with that?
Hello. Okay, good. Thank you. I think that's a great question. There's a huge issue of giving students accessible writing and allowing them to write in a way that's most comfortable, most reflective of their own experience, dialogue, language, abilities that I didn't get to talk about today that I think is extremely important. I've only been teaching 2 semesters now, and I've had to follow along kind of the curriculum that has been created for me. But I've been trying, and they've created a great curriculum, and part of giving more accessible opportunities is to give accessible examples. And so we have looked at works by individuals who might identify as not belonging to like the non-dominant group, right? And so looking at people from minority backgrounds, with different genders and religions and things like that is a place to start. And I think it needs to be followed up by allowing students themselves to engage in that kind of writing, which is something I think our current curriculum is missing a little bit right now. Thank you.
Yeah, and I didn't really mention the findings from my research when I interviewed teachers. And teachers are wanting students to write more about their lives, the personal experiences, the first person pronouns. We want them to use those, and we want to give them literature that tells stories too. So that's what's making writing meaningful for students, is the ability to engage with it personally. We want them to feel comfortable and part of that conversation. And so, yeah, I think my findings would support exactly what Molly's talking about.
I have a question. It's responding to that question, but then also to you, Molly, specifically. You're talking about trying to make sure that we assign readings for students that are accessible to them. What about historical research that is important but still difficult to access? Because I'm having my students read Orientalism this semester, and we all know Orientalism is so hard to get through. But we're in week 9 now, we're still slogging through it, and we only read the introduction and a couple of pages of chapter 3. And what I've been doing with them is trying to understand the language that he's using and set up our own expectations to try and grapple with really academic texts. So do you and Nathan, do you have ideas from the research that you guys have done and your experiences in the classroom about how we can not just assign accessible text, but how to make inaccessible text accessible for our students?
Yeah, I think that's a great point that you just raised. And when I think about the ways that text might be inaccessible or difficult to read, I think in terms of content, it's good that we give students something to wrestle with, and that the subjects that they're dealing with are important and complicated, and that can push them. And so where we might limit or reduce the amount of difficulty in a piece is by holding them to certain expectations in terms of the way a text is written, in terms of style and formatting and word choice and language. But if you're specifically looking at a text that's set in a historical time period, the number one thing is context, I think, is contextualizing humanizing whoever wrote this, right? So that they can place themselves into that person's mindset. Because everything changes when you understand that this is a term that was slang in that time period, or that this is this person's motivation and this is what they were dealing with. So I think that would be the answer.
Yeah, and Rima, I think when we give students really challenging text, we might not want to give them the entire text. Yes, right, okay, good, right? We need to, as teachers, we need to pull out the best bits, right? And teach those as closely and deeply as we can, right? And so, you know what to do.
This is just a quick shout out to all the panelists. Thank you for your presentation. But Vale, cuídate. SDSU, I've had graduate students in my models program, one in particular who did an expose on the history of Aztec warrior Mani Montezuma, and they can come hard. So just, eyes open, all right? But continued good luck with your work.
Another question for you, Molly. What can the average SDSU student do to help? Because I know that, I'm not surprised that SDSU, with the sort of cash cow oriented protection they have for athletic community and their players. I mean, I live right over by the music building, and it's like a party whenever they have a basketball game. It brings in a lot of money. So for prioritizing and accountability of the accountability's sake, what can the average student do to help while having a survivor's protections in mind?
Yeah, thank you for your question. I think something that comes to mind is something that's actually come up in the interviews that I've done, and I think the university needs to listen to survivors more. There was recently a resolution that students put forth with other SDSU entities and for increased lighting on Frat Row, and the institution shot it down, saying that it'd be too expensive. So I think these are ways in which we need to, the institution needs to start investing more in the concerns that survivors are bringing forward. And I think that there needs to be more advocacy on campus in the sense that there's only 2 confidential sources on campus that survivors can go to without fearing that a mandated report will be part of the process. And I think survivors are fearful of getting folks involved, like police departments, and getting their case picked up by the police. And a lot of the time survivors are not looking for that. They're looking for the person who harmed them to be kicked out of their class because they don't want to see the person who harmed them like in their same resident hall or wherever. So I think those are some ways that we can help. But also I think there's also the BRAVE project that is an anti-violence prevention training program that like any students can get involved in to learn more about consent and supporting survivors on campus as well.
This question is for Molly and then also the Crisis Carnival team. Molly talked about like accessibility in being able to read these texts. I was curious your thoughts on accessibility of like general fiction novels, because like as we move forward in time, we see a particular type of reader. It's usually affluent, usually women. What would you say a educator could do, either K through 12 or in college, to try and create a lifelong reader? And then as it relates to Crisis Carnival, we know that readers are writers. And then taking that lifelong readership, like how do you think maybe in the community we could develop more readership and then in turn develop more of our readership?
Thank you for the question. I think the most important thing to keep in mind is that we should be pushing ourselves always to be not just staying where we're comfortable and, teaching the books that we read as children or were taught and written 100 years ago by the same, bald white men of European descent. And so it comes back to knowing what your audience is interested in and recognizing that there are things that you may not have been exposed to that you need to go, and it's your responsibility now to actively seek and expose yourself to different types of writers, and even maybe asking around and finding out from your students what they're interested in. I think those are all great ways. And keeping in mind also where the overlap lies between genres, and if there's a movie adaptation of something coming out that people are interested in, maybe look at the book written version of that. I know a couple of people have done that with like the Hunger Games and things like that since the movies come out. And we're looking at Black Panther, the movie, and so just keeping yourself open and not getting static.
Oh, yeah. Really great response. I think one of the projects I looked into when researching community-based things was this garden poetry project in New York that took students who lost funding for their arts and writing reading programs and took them out and in a community beautification project also taught them poetry and taught them found poetry and taught them how to write and also growing food for their own for their school, because food and education is I'm gonna get into it now, but I think making time and prioritizing it, and if it requires nesting it and combining it with other projects, making time for it, and not, I mean, of course, I think STEM is important, right? I think there's importance to promoting it, but there's also a human aspect to the creation of art that is sadly being erased in curriculums, and just having books and addressing book bannings and how that impacts children. To become a reader from reading a book that parents think is inappropriate. You wrote something here if you wanted to about that.
I thought you were going to talk about it, to be honest. But to answer your question, Warren, I know you and I have talked, and you also talked in class recently about going specifically to communities and interacting with them. So Warren and I have the same idea, is that you shouldn't just write. You have to have a life outside of your writing, right? Because life is not just art. You have to live it in order to create the art. And so Warren, I'm promoting you right now. He's published a lot of works on like motorcycles and like these like motorcycle shows and what it's like to like have a community in these kinds of people. And so when you go to those communities and you have those books, then they are more willing to engage with your stuff. And so to answer your question, I think it's about reaching them through the content. And some of that can depend on their level of education and their abilities at that time. After I graduated undergrad, I went through a period of bed rotting. I was really, really depressed, and I didn't want to do anything. I wasn't reading, I wasn't writing, I wasn't doing anything. And the idea of reading something that interested me really scared me, because I didn't know if I had the energy to read an entire novel. There was a book that is still sitting on my bedside table. It's 400 pages long, but it's fascinating. It's this idea of this woman who is named after her mother, who is named after her grandmother, and all of them living the same lives. And it's, I think, a Nigerian tale. It's really long, but I can't get into it because at the time that I was trying to read it, I didn't have like the mental capacity to like read these kinds of things, or the energy level. So I started reading books that were actually quote unquote lower than my level. I was reading a lot of children's and YA and these kinds of novels just to like boost up my energy again so I could get through the real text that I wanted to. So I think part of that question of accessibility is when we go to not just young people, but adults who are trying to get back into reading or to read in the first place, we need to meet them at their level, at the content that they will appreciate and they're invested in.
The questions for my question is for Laura. In discussing Astronomica, you said that astrology is close reading. I thought that was really interesting. Could you expand upon that?
Sure. So to me, astrology is a combination of close reading and science or mathematics. I mean, a lot of the graphs I showed you was pretty much how astrologers calculate people's birth charts, how everything comes together. It's not just like one sign. Like I blame popular media that oversimplifies the study of this and many other things. I blame TikTok, I blame many things that, you just, that just waters down such a beautiful, beautiful study. And it's a thing where there's so many moving parts to it. People don't know you have degree signs, you have decans, you have all 12 zodiac signs in your birth chart. Wow, like you're not just one sign. It's like, oh, I was born in March, therefore everyone is like this. That's fake. No, it's like it's like so much more complex than that. And I just think when people take more time to look into it, then you'll actually see. But again, the oversimplification of it, like through various like social media and whatnot, kind of denounces the study.
Thank you all very much. I actually have a question for all of you, which is accessibility always good? I mean, there's this kind of presumption here that everything should be accessible, that writing should be accessible. I'm speaking as a modernist, I'm speaking as a scholar of experimental literature, and most of the writers that I teach and read and love are not trying to be accessible and are trying to get readers to work to understand them. And so I'm really just provocatively asking, like, are we just presuming that access, and that there's like one kind of writing, one kind of reader, and that it should be student focused, whether that's undergrads or graduates or whatever? Is there room for difficulty? Is there room for writing to be hard? And I'll just say, in terms of scholarship, right? Like, is there room for scholarship to be hard? Is there anything valuable in specialization and in small conversations that you can't understand and writing that's actually difficult? Maybe Derrida, right? Like, so I'm actually asking, like, and especially to the writers, I'm curious, you know, are you always writing to be accessible to everyone?
I have an answer. You have opinions? Do you want to go first? Should we just go down the line?
Okay. Keen-eyed listeners might have seen me crack up at the question. And I laughed because I've had this debate in your class. But I think, especially in art, but in the conversation we're having, there is an argument to be made for difficulty or inaccessibility to art and intentionality. I think the conversation we're having is about bringing in or introducing this to people who would otherwise find it inaccessible or would bulk against it or would have difficulty approaching it. And I think there's an argument to be made to making art or being able to make information that can approach that audience. I wouldn't give War and Peace to like a kindergartner and expect them to understand. I don't know why at that age. I picked that age, but I think there's a time and place for it, but it's almost like a levels, right? The difficult art is for literary people, for people who are into that, people who like studying this stuff and breaking it down in close reading. But the average student in the class hate that stuff. They seem to, or at the very least, they hate it. That's a strong word, but it's intimidating. And if a work is intimidating, be it academic or art, then the intention or the reaction of just turning away from it is much easier. And I think there has to be a place, there has to be art and text that specifically is designed to be approachable, and then let that be an entry gate, a gateway to the cool stuff.
So I also have deep-seated opinions about this. So in undergrad, I actually have a degree in educational research and like what students need to be doing in the classrooms and like what the goal is. And I think your question is one that is dependent on the intention of the piece, right? And also the intention of where we're taking it and the goals of it, right? So I'm bringing back the example of Orientalism. I know Orientalism is such a difficult piece to get through. I know I'm teaching first-year undergraduate students, and it's so hard.
Can I push back? He's the worst example. He is the most, no, not easy. If he's difficult, it's because, oh my God, I got to work a week with the guy. He should not be used as an example of positivism in academic prose or the passive voice. He's one of the most elegant prose. I'm going to tell you why I'm resisting Saeed, because I met him. I learned how to write by writing out paragraphs from Orientalism, because writing is a craft. You need to learn and get inside the sentences. So I agree with some of what you guys said. But Edward Said, if his ghost was here, he'd have a right to be very angry.
No, let me explain a little bit. Most of my students are white students, and so they have not just a hard time understanding the content, but the way that he's speaking. Because the sentences, I tracked one of the sentences with my students. It was a page and a half long, and they were having trouble finding not just what he's talking about, but the subject, the verb, the predicate, just the entire sentence structure itself. Yes, I understand it very easily. I could read through the whole. It's a wonderful, wonderful book. But for undergraduate students first year, especially those that are not so well experienced in reading long, complex sentences, that's what I'm talking about. I don't think that Said's work is an example of that positivism that's necessarily inaccessible research, but it's still text that is so dense and difficult to get through for an undergraduate student, for somebody fresh out of high school. That's my argument here. And so when I'm saying that the text, I'm bringing this up for my students, I want it to be difficult for them on purpose. I want them to know that content out there is hard to get through, but they have to put in the effort to get through it, even if they don't have direct connections to it. And so this question of accessibility or inaccessibility, I think it's about how we frame it in the classroom, and again, that intention. So my own creative work, my goal is actually not to be accessible. I am so invested in being inaccessible and being unreadable and illegible because there is a political move that I'm doing with that, right? Because when I was growing up, I had to do a lot of my own experiences. I had to explain it to people who are not in my own cultural background or religious background. So I had to explain it in layman's terms. And when I did that, I used myself as the teaching tool. And now I feel like my personal life is out on the page for everybody, but I don't want that anymore. So this is also why I'm really struggling with making my nonfiction work, with writing it in general, because I don't want to be accessible to people. And so nonfiction is often the question of should it be accessible, should it not be accessible? So I think your question of is accessibility good always, the answer is yes and no. The thing is, when I bring in text that I want to be accessible into the classroom, I think about white supremacy. I think about the SAT and the ACT and what their goals were and where academia is coming from and where it's going in the future. Art does not have to be accessible. Academia should be accessible point blank. Whether you can get to the point of understanding the inaccessible texts is based off of your experiences in the educational system, and if your instructors, professors, and teachers are able to provide that space for you to make those mistakes and learn what can be or what isn't accessible.
Yeah, well, thanks for the question. I think I'm all about difficult texts. And I think my research is trying to find structures in order to make that an experience that students can experience with you as the professor, right? So, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the curriculum design is not the important part. It's the writing assignments and how you create them and how you involve students in that process of getting into the assignment, getting into the text. And yeah, so it's the practical matters that I want to get after, right? And that's why I focus so much on writing prompts in my thesis. Right, we need to take a look at those. How can students read those? Do they know how to read those to read our writing? And I think that's where the key comes in from my research. Yeah.
Okay, I'll keep mine short and sweet because we're well into lunch. So on the topic of accessibility of art, or I like what Professor Nuricho said about the craft. Since my talk was on astrology, I will kind of like use that as an example. Last night when I was practicing with my friend about this topic, she asked me more questions, and I said, well, yeah, like anyone just says they're an astrologer now, or you open up TikTok and it's just like, oh, like the cards say this and this, and it's just like, sometimes maybe gatekeeping it could be okay, or at least like having the students, or if you're really invested in something like a study, no matter what the craft is, the art is, you should look into it. And I think that's where the students' intention should be, right? Understanding the background of it, because a lot of times certain arts or crafts ends up being centered around whiteness when originally it was an indigenous act, and it is altered to something that is no longer what it means anymore. So that is a tricky question. That's kind of just my thoughts on that, but I do like Rima's point of the intention is there. Yeah.
I will also keep it short for the interest of my stomach and time. Rima said everything that I believe in a much more eloquent way than I could. And I think she really drove home, a point, whereas I would be very resistant to say that inaccessible and easy are synonyms, right? When you're putting these ideas up against each other, do you want it to be difficult or do you want it to be accessible? I don't think we can talk about it in those terms. And that there can be very complex, complicated ideas, content-wise, in an accessible text. And I think, as Rima also pointed out, you can't talk about accessibility in a vacuum. You have to look at the historical events that have shaped how our education system is structured and how it has been serving a very specific, singular group of people. And that, so when we're talking about making things more accessible and providing more accessible readings or tasks or assignments, we're talking about leveling the playing field for everybody to create equitable environments. So in that situation, I would say yes, it is always appropriate to make things more accessible.
I'll just second what all of my lovely panelists said.
Hello. Okay, so we will now be having lunch, and our lunch is over here on this blue table. We've set up some tables for everyone to eat if you'd like to. If you want to eat at chairs, that's fine as well. Yeah, so we have about an hour or so please enjoy lunch, and yeah, we'll start our next panel around 1. I know.
Thank you.
Nice meeting you.
So they're gonna start. She said right
Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2.
I think so. I didn't see it. Unless you know.
No, it's, yeah. I know you're writing stuff. You're next door neighbor.
So let's make yeah, you
No, exactly that.
Yeah. Let's make sure that they sharing. There we go. So that your speakers will be. Want to do and then whatever.
Oh, no.
And she doesn't have any audio, so she's yes. Oh, but you want to share. So there is so essentially, so I gotta put it out of this.
3 different class items.
Okay, it seems to be working. So when she goes for this, we'll unmute this so that we can she might put the video on so that you can see the presenter. And so that she can and so she'll talk unmuted here. And that would be positive as well. So what I want to make sure of is I'm gonna go back to that we've entered and so that's so we just want to instruct the person to share their screens. So again, when you're ready to start, you'll unmute here. So can we just
Love you.
Yes. So. It's
I'm gonna see you this like next hour.
Pretty smoothly. This is kind of what it's supposed to be. Zoom rings.
Okay, so when you're ready, just unmute and. Here you go. Good to go. All right, I'm gonna get out of the.
Why is it? You guys are.
Are we live?
Well, yeah. I mean, we've been live.
Oh.
I never turned.
screen.
I just need your. Oh, right, really quick.
Mine is Robert. My camera or phone?
I didn't even know I'm not patient. Yeah.
You look so pretty. Hello, everyone. Try to get your attention. We'll be starting our third panel. I apologize for the delay. We were having some technical difficulties because one of our presenters during this panel will be presenting through Zoom. They're from our Imperial Valley campus. And so our third panel, Non-Western Identities and Geographic Borders, will be moderated by Dr. No.
Hi, everybody. I have the privilege and the honor of facilitating our final panel for today. It's been a very provocative and interesting and I think engaging conference so far. I'm going to start by introducing our first panelist, and then as we've done in the past, introduce people as they come up. So our first presenter for today is Rima Shabaita. Rima was acknowledged by the Atlanta Review as the Dan Beach Young Poet of 2019 for her poem Palestine is Upside Down, with more work upcoming in the Queer Palestinian Anthology distributed by Free Market Books. Shabaita doesn't consider dandelions weeds, is allergic to grass, and enjoys stories about slapdash friendship groups.
This little table is so small, and I have my laptop, so
Hello, I'm back.
So today my presentation is on the pastoral poem, and I can't really get into the details of it without acknowledging the fact that I was working on this presentation with my friend and colleague Hannah Murray, and she can't be with us today because she has some health concerns. She has a concussion, so everyone pour one out for her. But yeah, so the main reason I'm sharing this is because of her, actually. So I was taking a class with her, and I was really inspired by her dedication to the craft of poetry and the way she comes at it. And so I went and approached her, and I said, hey, I'd really like to work on a paper with you. Like, what ideas do you have? And so this is what came of it. And so it's from Hannah and her mind. And so I'm just here to support it, and we did the research equally. To begin, ooh, nice. There we go. So to begin, the pastoral is a mode of poetry. So a mode of poetry is a little bit different from a poetic form. This is in the sense that the forms are structured in ways that are similar across the genres, right? The mode is an energy or a spirit that the poem inhabits. So in poetry, the pastoral is a recollection of the good old days, right? So Hannah and I made this distinction between the European pastoral and the Palestinian pastoral. So the European pastoral, the one that we know and study in like poetry classes and things like that, is one that goes back to those good old days when things are happier, idealized as simpler and more wholesome. And it's about like the natural man and how they're more pure and like they're less than like the vicious cultivated man, these kinds of things. And so when these European poets are talking about the pastoral and they return to that ideal life, they're returning to a pasture that no longer exists through the course of colonization and urbanization. So a lot of the images in the pastoral are concerned with the lives of shepherds. And this is so important because of the history of European farming. And so because of urbanization, shepherding kind of went out of style, but it pops up again as we will talk about Palestinian pastorals. So through the urbanization and the livelihoods of their busy like day-to-days in the cities, it no longer returns to that, the history of like the pastoral, like the going to the pasture. But with Palestinian pastorals, we were looking at how it is always inherently returning to that ideal life of something different. So a little bit of history, well, not history. So we talked about the pastoral not just as the land, but also as a body. So the pastoral is a body that is in motion. This is Hannah's real passion about it, actually. I was more interested in the pastoral as land, and she was interested in this angle on the body. So she is talking about the pastoral as a vessel for the soul and the natural world. So it's a microcosm of the idyllic landscape and a way of understanding the body as a means of nature. One way to think about the pastoral body is as a body that is in tune with its senses. It is aware of the natural world sights, sounds, smells, and textures. It is a body that takes pleasure in the simple things of life. The pastoral body is also a body that is in motion. It is a body that is active, engaged in its surroundings, and often depicted as feminine. It is a body that is associated with fertility, abundance, and life, and connected to the earth and the cycles of nature. This can be a way of resisting the pressures of modern life as we get back into our offices post-COVID, these kinds of things. And when we talk about the pastoral as a body, we have to recognize that with Palestinian pastoral specifically, this connection to the feminine is through that land. So oftentimes Palestine in the poems that we'll be talking about the history of them is through like describing the land of Palestine as feminine, as she, her, these kinds of things. So this is where we found our angle in. Palestinian poetry is about land and about a return as well. Palestinian poetry is political in nature as a result of that. So it works within and against these concepts of this return to a land in order to trouble idea of what the idyllic countryside looks like. These poems showcase what it could mean to use the pastoral as a call to action and as an active motion of protest to recall what the countryside could look like to someone who has historically been exiled from their country. This return is not only to a land, but to a body of being, and so working within similar modalities, the Palestinian pastoral is concerned with the body as a vessel for the translation from the diaspora to a land that is inaccessible. Now we get the history. We covered a large swath of history, Hannah and I, And so some of the themes that we saw in like pre-Islamic history were like tribal identity, honor, love, valor, and the style of this poetry was very oral, stylized, the use of metaphors and similes. And this is where we get like those oral traditions in the tales where you have the like the designated oral traditional speaker in these communities. In the Islamic period, the themes that arise are about praising the Prophet Muhammad and his teachings, warfare, love, nature. And so here is where we see a lot of the style of the development of written poetry. Because pre-Prophet Muhammad's time, there was very little like literary or literacy in the region. And so after this is when we start to see that rise up. I'd also like to note that even though a lot of the history that we're talking about is Islamic in nature, it is not to say that all Palestinian poetry, calm my laptop, we're good. It's not to say that Palestinian poetry only has to be about Islam. Yes, the primary religion in Palestine is Islam, but our research is steeped in a cross-religious understanding of it, because Hannah is Christian and then I am Muslim, and so this was really, it mattered to both of us to look at this from both sides of the perspective. In the golden age of the Middle Eastern history, we see themes of love, science, philosophy, and mysticism, and this is where the refinement of poetic forms comes from. So this is where the elaborate use of rhyme and metaphors and similes comes in. In the post-classical period, we see courtly love, love for love's sake. It's also mystical, there's social commentary involved, and this is where we see a lot of diversification of the poetic forms, and a lot more development of regional styles. The modern poetry era is, as you can see, the largest time that we will be establishing, so from the 18th century to the present day. That's because modern poetry in Palestine specifically is deeply rooted in resistance, right? So these themes include social political issues, personal experiences, experimentation with form and style, the influence of Western literature and movements, and these styles can include the free verse, the prose poem, and vernacular languages, and the incorporation of modern imagery and symbolism that is carried over from the West. The history of Palestinian poetry is really difficult to trace, actually. We found that this is because of the change in languages in this area. So it started with Hebrew and then it went to, let me pronounce this word right. So it started with the Hebrew Bible, which is why the languages were in Hebrew, and the Book of Psalms offers vivid descriptions of the beauty of the natural world. And as we know, the Bible and the Torah were both written in Hebrew first. And then when we went from Hebrew to Aramaic, then we went to Arabic after that. And so this arc of languages is what makes it so difficult to track what Palestinian poetry looked like historically. In this change of languages, we see this discussion from genres of the psalms, the songs, the dirge, and the prophetic speech, but there's no real stylistic language for prose poetry or the pastoral. A lot of the Greek poetry that we study is in that the classification of the different kinds of poetry, but in Palestinian and Middle Eastern poetry, that doesn't really happen, which is why it's so hard to track what it looked like pre 18th century. So though there aren't cataloged accounts of pastoralism across the historical periods, we argue that it's hard not to categorize much of early Palestinian poetry as anything other than pastoral. This is because that the earliest Arabic poetry was pastoral. So we would go as far to say as that the range of thought in Arabic poetry, even though it was limited on the page, the past experiences and the sentiment of that moment are described with vivid illustrations and drawn from tribal pastoral life. So at the time, several scholars have brought forth the indisputable oral quality of early Arabic tribal pastorals and the cultural that valued oral transmission. So this was seen as the more reliable experience and way to talk about our history and our art and these kinds of things. So even though we have no evidence of, well, very little evidence of writing pre-Prophet Muhammad's time, we are still seeing this tradition of the oral preserved through our cultural and religious ties to this area, both Christianity and Islamic. So this shift is what we see from the historical to the modern Palestinian poetry, which is why I think it's important for us to look at the poetry through the ages and through specifically political movements. This Palestinian poetry in the 18th century and beyond
is a direct reflection of the occupation and the shift of ownership of the land and subsequently the people of Palestine. The bulk of anti-Zionist movement has been moving through literature. So when we talk about who are our revolutionaries in Palestinian poetry and in Palestinian people, we look to our writing, we look to our poetry. The first pieces of revolutionary writings and the first pieces of revolutionary community was through publications in Haifa, actually. And Haifa is where my family's from, so I thought that was an interesting fact to share with you guys, that these things are not just on text and in our textbooks, they're living relics, and I'm standing in front of you today for that. So these periodicals and journals that are published, the one that I'm talking about is in Haifa, they showcase that literature is about the anti-Zionist argument, and it's given top priority in these publications. This work is unified by themes of nationalism, personal pride, struggle, and glorifying the cause of the martyrs. We see a lot of this today through the struggle of the Gazans right now, as we see the difference between how the New York Times or other Western, what are they called? News sources, how they talk about the struggle that the genocide is happening right now, and how the Palestinians are talking about our martyrs itself. And this concept of the martyr really comes up a lot. Like, why should we call them martyrs? What does martyr mean? And these kinds of things. So while the modern history of Palestine is sorted on paper, and there's too much bloodshed and grief to calculate, we can see all of that here, like through the Ottoman rule and the British Mandate, and then the Israeli occupation, the first and second intifadas, the Great March of Return, and now currently the Gaza genocide. We still see the themes present in our art. So Khalid A. Suleiman compiled a short summary of the themes present in Arab poetry pre and post Nakba. Nakba is when the start of the Israeli occupation really kicked off. So that was in 1948. He outlined that Arab poetry has become a, quote, record of the Arabs, and is often considered with or concerned with critiquing the current political climate. What this means is that during the Ottoman reign over Palestine, the concern over Palestinian lives hadn't reached a critical level. So while there was social commentary in Palestinian poetry, it wasn't at such a level of it is now for the Israeli occupation. Between 1917 and 1948, there was a start between the start and end between World War I and World War II is from 1917 to 1948. So Palestinian poetry in this time period is characterized by three main features. It is concerned with the lived experiences of Palestinians who had witnessed the threats of British and Zionist forces firsthand, and the themes of the sale of Palestine to the Zionist occupiers and the nature of where Palestinian leadership is going next. This latter is most notably expressed by poets in neighboring countries. Other themes can include the image of Great Britain, the Balfour Declaration, elegies on dead martyrs, and the prediction of the Nakba, because pre-Nakba, there were poets actually talking about the threat of this happening beforehand. And the third main theme is to widen the struggle against the British and then the Zionist mandate in Palestine to increase their numbers of the revolutionaries, which is why in these publications, they had a large priority, a high priority to publish these kinds of things. So in part, this was to spread the word to other Arab poets and citizens in the nearby countries. Post-World War II, Palestinian poetry is not really exempt from the influence of English and Western literature. So most notably, T.S. Eliot's work is inspired much of the free verse Arab poetry in this time. Commonly in this era, poets use symbolism to talk about Israeli occupation, thus moving away from the direct discussions of the early 1900s where they really talked to specifically like, this is what the Israelis are doing and this is what it's like. And now in this time period, post T.S. Eliot, it's a lot more metaphor, it's a lot more imagery. They use Mahmoud Darwish specifically. He uses the names of women, either lovers or mothers, to symbolize Palestine as a body and an entity, thus returning to this idea of what the pastoral is about. Other poets talked obliquely about other experiences of colonization and liked their experiences to Arabs and Muslims being exiled from Spain during the Inquisition. So other images include the beggars looking for alms as if to be Palestinian refugees, and Sinbad the sailor himself, Ulysses, and Christ as he's Palestinian from Nazareth. And we can see some of these images so this past Christmas, the churches in Bethlehem their nativity scenes were about the occupation and about the rubble that they're pulling people from. So we see these myths and these images not just pop up in our poetry, but in our real lives as well. So these myths are showcased in three ways. the anxiety and restlessness of the Palestinian living in an unsettled society, the rebirth and resurrection of a healthy new Arab personality that arises to meet Zionist forces, and the sufferings of Palestinians as they realize what they hope for and what they're capable of while living under occupation. And so with this idea in mind, we move into the diaspora. I'm almost done, I know I'm going to go over time. We're looking at Mahmoud Darwish and Naomi Shihab Nye specifically. I looked at Mahmoud Darwish because he is very similar to my family in the sense that he immigrated and left his country and learned English as he traveled. The other poem that we're looking at is by Naomi Shihab Nye, and she is Palestinian American with a white father and a Palestinian mother. And so this really connected to Hannah and her experiences, which is why we focused on these two poets in particular. But in these poems, we look at this longing to return to Palestine and a discussion of being considered living in exile, right? So in these poems, both of them here, Palestinian ties to land is considered and expressed as pure and genuine, whereas Israelis are often illustrated to not caring about the land that they occupy, signifying through images of destruction and olive grove burning. Yes. So the spirit of poetry and resistance as a movement is alive and well in Palestine. This is why we see a lot of Palestinians talking about their art, a lot of Palestinians talking about the movement of their art specifically, which is why you see it on TikTok, you see it on social media. We're still alive and we're still present, and that's what this art is trying to convey. So the discussion of the occupation and threats in their lives, this dramatic violence we're experiencing it in a way that we haven't seen before 1917. And this split from 1917 onward is why we propose the difference between the European pastoral and the Palestinian pastoral. We're looking at the pastoral as a return to land that is inherently revolutionary, which is different from the pastoral and return from the European standpoint, which is more idyllic, and this return to relaxation. Our return is political because we are looking to seek our homes that we still have keys to, right? And so these villages that are split in half by apartheid walls, the blockades that are preventing families and friends from seeing each other, to return to the pasture then is not a return to idyllic life, but to return to a time when we weren't being martyred and when we weren't being killed for no reason. So when discussing the pastoral, images of the idyllic countryside are invoked because of the historical context, because of the European historical context. And so in Palestinian historical context, that return to the pasture is then violent and is then looking for peace. We decentralize the pastoral landscape from the European perspective into what it might mean to discuss the pastoral as both a body and land amalgamate. So our aim is not to split these two modes apart or to pit them against each other. We're really looking to see what the Palestinian or active pastoral can look like in our poetry and as an analysis point for future generations to come. We want to look at what it means to translate these poems into languages that are colonizer languages like Spanish and English and things like that. So we argue, in short, that the Eurocentric pastoral is at its core passive. And when utilized with diasporic sensibilities, the pastoral can be an active form of resistance and face intentional mistranslation and genocide. This is not to say that there cannot be active pastorals in English or coming from European authors. This analysis focuses on these two poets as the site of resistance because both of our connections to them. There is much research that can be done on the pastoral across the language barrier that highlights the differences in how people consider this a return to pasture life. The pastoral as a poetic mode has much to teach poets about what the connection we have with our environments and what it may mean to return to a land that sets it apart from eco-poetry in the sense of like trying to find the differences in how we live from what it's like to experience land through climate change. So these contexts are what make the Palestinian pastoral different from eco-poetry or the European pastoral. And so we're contemplating what land back and resistance might mean for the people suffering every single day. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rima. And our next speaker for today is Dr. André Schmidt. André Schmidt is a scholar of German literature and a postdoctoral researcher at the ERC-funded interdisciplinary project, Poetry in the Digital Age, at the University of Hamburg. Her current research focuses on contemporary multimodal poetry that deals with post-human entanglements.
Okay, yes, thank you very much to the lovely organizers of the conference, and also thank you for inviting me. So today I'm going to share a little bit of my research, which deals with post-human entanglements, but also with digital infrastructures. And I just get right in because I think 50 minutes is over quickly, so let's start. So many of the metaphors we use today to think about global digital networks emphasize the fluid, semi-material, or even immaterial nature of data transmission. So we have streams of information, or an ecology of data streams, as David Berry calls it, or even a flowing universe of information, as Anna Munster calls it, and so on. So this sometimes misleading rhetoric, which is also used in scientific language, as we all know, has recently been referred to by many media scientists. And the German scholar Matthias Dennecke, who is really important for my research, argues that the metaphor of streaming supports the phantasm of a, as he calls it, world liquefied by data and information streams, which is promoted by big tech companies. And he also claims that the notion of the stream ignores the possibility of communication disruptions as well as material infrastructures as the basis of our network world. But even when communications infrastructures are represented, they are depicted mostly wireless, as Nicole Starozielski states, and she writes that handheld devices, laptop computers, wireless routers, cell phone towers, cloud computing, and satellites pervade our field of view, reinforcing a long-standing imagination of communication that moves us beyond our worldly limitations. So, while digital connections are often thought of as immaterial, in recent years, both media studies and also artistic practices have focused critical attention on the material infrastructures of the post-digital age. And Nicole Starozielski researched into undersea cables and her book, The Undersea Network, published in 2015, were particularly influential of our view of the hidden material connections between the continents. And as I would say, undersea cables are a really fascinating subject. Many of us are probably not even aware that the internet in its current form is supported by a broad network of cables that run along the seabed. And as you can see here, they look really fancy. And nevertheless, cables are the backbone of the global internet, as Starozielski states. She emphasizes the enormous socio-economic importance of undersea cables as follows. And I quote her here. She writes, undersea fiber optic cables are critical infrastructures that support our global network society. They transport 99% of all transoceanic digital communications, including phone calls, text and email messages, websites, digital images and video, and even some television. It is submarine systems, rather than satellites, that carry most of the internet across the oceans. Cables drive international businesses. They facilitate the expansion of multinational corporations, enable the outsourcing of operations, and transmit the high-speed financial transactions that connect the world's economies. And she also says, if undersea cable networks were interrupted, the entire global financial services sectors would come to an immediate standstill. The reliability of undersea cables is absolutely essential for the functioning of governments and for the security of states. And even other globalized economic or political processes would also not be possible without undersea cables. Starozielski again, because she's very important to that field. If the world's 223 international undersea cable systems were to suddenly disappear, only a minuscule amount of this traffic would be backed up by a satellite, and the internet would effectively split between continents. But while undersea cables are absolutely essential for the friction-free functioning of our networked world, economically, politically, socially, they are surprisingly absent from cultural discourse. And Starozielski therefore describes them as invisible systems that, as she calls it, rarely surface unless they fit into one of two narrative structures. And she calls those narrative structures connection narratives and disruption narratives. I'm going to elaborate on that a little bit more, because Connection narratives, as she says, focus on the design and technological development of an undersea cable. And they have plots usually that will end with the implementation of the cable. In that way, they usually narrate what the cable might do. Oftentimes, the story's climax is how the cable connects two continents culturally, as if the mere existence of the new submarine cable would bring about this kind of cultural transfer, and not the people acting. As Staroziatsky claims, once the cable is connected, there is no further discussion of the system's materiality or geography. The technical splice shifts the narration to intercultural links and the next planned cable. Disruption narratives usually describe an unexpected disconnection of the cable and detail the threats, not only to transmission, but also to a broader cultural order. Assumptions about what might have caused the disruptions in the cultural order are a historical variable, and these narratives strongly reflect the prevailing zeitgeist. Today, for example, the causes of cable faults are often sought in piracy and terrorism, as in the recent series of cable faults in the Red Sea, which you can see on the slide. Just a quick example, which is very actual. But meanwhile, the most common causes of submarine cable destructions was and is the activity of local fishermen. So they just anchor or just disrupt them with their nets. And what Staroziatsky criticizes is that these two dominant narratives do not address the locally and historically grown paths of undersea cables. For example, those created by colonial practices, nor do they address the active infrastructure, or even places, local actors, or continent interactions that have shaped these systems. So they do not really come to life in the cultural imagination. She therefore interprets these narratives as strategy of cable insulation. This is because they largely transfer dominant ideologies, and Staroziatsky even argues that those narratives decrease people's awareness of infrastructures, and in the meantime protect the flow of power routed along the cables. And that is why Staroziatsky strongly asks for new cultural narratives for undersea cables, so that an informed public can participate in shaping today's critical infrastructures, which are often owned by influential private companies, like Microsoft, for example. She suggests that these complementary narratives can fill in the gaps in narratives of connection and disruption, and she calls the narratives she proposes nodal and transmission narratives. And she even writes some of them herself in her book. And nodal narratives, which will be important for my talk today, tell us of particular locations or individual nodes of our networks. By showing these nodes, for example, landing points or cable stations, they deepen our knowledge of material infrastructures. She writes, nodal narratives take the persistent materiality of undersea networks as their starting point, bringing the reader into contact with cabled environments. They extend both the temporality of cable representation, insisting that the cable continues to have a story, even after it lands, and its speciality, introducing us to the core geographies of an active cable system, the route, the station, the landing, and the island. Transmission narratives, on the other hand, establish discourses about transmission move between different cable shores. So they therefore just show not just one knot, but a connection of different knots in their interaction. Transmission narratives depict a new way for us to imaginatively inhabit the network, as Staroziatsky argues, using the example of an old Felix cartoon. And in this cartoon, Felix the cat travels through an undersea cable and departs in South Africa to find out whether humans are descended from apes. So he just gets right into it and then travels the cable. So this kind of materialism becomes very present in this kind of picture. So now I come to one example. And I must say that this is just a short disclaimer. I announced that I would talk about two works, one work from an Indian artist and also this one. But unfortunately, due to time constraints when writing this whole thing, I realized I won't be able to do so, so I will be just talking about Carla Serra, and maybe we can talk about Arti Sander later on. So I brought her works, I can show it later on. But what I would like to show briefly below, using an example, is that contemporary lyrical works contribute to the cultural knowledge and also the cultural imaginary that surrounds global undersea cables. So in her multimodal poetic work, which is situated in the book, the German poet Carla Serra explores undersea cables as a part of our hidden global infrastructure, a cross-border technopolitical phenomenon, and a material artifact within global interdependencies. So in the following, I would like to talk about a group of undersea cable poems that are written by Carla Serra. And Serra, for most of you who might not know her, Serra is a German poet and also a biologist who is considered an expert on South American poetry and also on South American culture and society. So that plays a big role in poems usually. And the group of poems, Loop 2, deal not with South American culture in particular, but with kind of global interdependencies, which also affect the so-called global South. So I would like to talk about Loop 2 today, and it appeared in 2020 in the first poetry collection, Loops. This is the cover and also the start of the first poem. So this kind of book is very immersive because it just starts right away, like on the cover, first poem. And in Loops, Serra is interested in the ontology and also the materiality of our digitized reality in the 21st century. In her poems, one encounters global and local post-human entanglements between technology and ecology, capitalism, geology, and also society. And she works a lot with avant-garde poetry elements, also science fictional elements. She has a lot of references on contemporary tech culture. For example, she has code of spam as part of her text and other elements which I can show you later on. So, yeah. Let's jump right in. Serra's Loop 2 follows on from like her interest in digital infrastructures in general, but she kind of shifts the focus from the lithium industry, which is part of the first poem group, to the second group of poems, which thematize the deep sea cable Maria as part of our invisible critical digital infrastructure, but also as an object of knowledge, as materiality, and also as a habitat for various species. And I brought the beginning of the Loop 2, and I also translated it, which was not so easy because, as I told you, it's a little bit, she plays with language a lot, and also it's a bit funny, but I just read the English words to you, and those of you who are capable of understanding German can read the original German words along. So Loop 2, in which we are kidnapped by echinoderms and make ourselves comfortable in the Maria data cable, while the minerals bubbling happily out of the mid-Atlantic trench right next to us learn Cortana's poems by heart for strategic reasons. So the text situates us readers, just like Felix the cat, with our smartphones directly in the Maria undersea cable on the deep sea floor. That is where, as it says right at the beginning of the poems, we were abducted by militant echinoderms. With the inhabited submarine cable at the bottom of the deep sea, Serra creates a powerful and also surreal metaphor for the materiality and ecological situatedness of our data streams, running through the mysterious and for a long time unexplored depths of the oceans. And in the poems, we then learn more about the deep sea geology and ecology surrounding the undersea cable, about the ways in which Maria is used, also its economic significance, and the history of telegraph and undersea cables. Serra uses the cable itself, as well as various other knots, for example, the landing point, new imaginaries and narratives, and thus raises critical awareness of this particular parts of our global infrastructure. And as I would say, her narrative is also partly post-human. Sea creatures, minerals, and also an android, and other more than human actants play a significant role in these poems. And we as human readers are mostly watching, as we are situated in the cable, not able to move, just like Felix the cat. So, however, many of the words while reading the poem, such as a historical Wired article on undersea cables written by the so-called hacker tourist Neil Stephenson in the 1990s. Maybe some of you know them. And Sada's poems also repeatedly transmit explicit invitations to do one's own research. For example, there is a verse which goes, "And Mother Earth, Motherboard is a Wired article worth reading, by the way," and so on. And there's also a direct reference to submarinecables.com, the map I showed you before. It says, and on submarinecablemap.com you can see where everywhere, of course, in a more stylized way, and last updated in early 2019, cables run, and so on and so on. So we are asked to do the research in addition to reading the poem. And I would say that Sada's poems work with post-digital, as one could say also multi-cursor processes that kind of resemble the logic of the hyperlink. You always have to read them with your smartphone or your laptop in hand. In other words, when reading them, you also have to use the digital infrastructure, which is undersea cables, referred to in the poem. In one poem it says, "You gently lay your fluffy ear against your almost new smartphone," just as if you were receiving the signals from the submarine cable described in the poem from your smartphone at that very moment. So I think this increases the reader's sense of involvement in the events depicted, and also kind of creates a sense of what we are doing while reading. So this kind of meta-poetics, one could say, is depicted here, is created here. And in addition, a mysterious untold disruption narrative unfolds, and it has two opponent forces. On the one hand, Cortana, which you can see on the slide, and some of you may know her from the game series called Halo, or even as Microsoft's former voice assistant. I still have her on my computer, maybe you have too. And Cortana represents the commercial interests of the cable operators, which are Microsoft and Meta. And she's also trying to get us readers on her side. And on the opposing side, there are the Urkins, the militant echinoderms. These Urkins occupy the cable, presumably with revolutionary intentions. And as you might remember, they have also kidnapped us to watch their actions. And the Urkins want to repurpose the cable, as the poem puts it, for purposes yet to be understood. So we don't really know what they're up to, but yeah, they definitely are revolutionary. And these sea Urkins are also poets. They secretly write poems, as we learn. I therefore assume that they embody the resistant agency of more than human species in the ecologies that the undersea cable is part of, as well as the resistant power of poetry itself, which is like Sada's poems are also kind of an act of resistance, but in an avant-garde way. And we also discussed that in my last talk, so maybe we can talk about that later on. So I can talk about these complex texts from Sada for a long time, certainly, but in the following, however, I would like to emphasize just one last aspect. Because the poem also stages itself as a data transmitting cable that is simultaneously subject to various forms of interference. This analogy becomes particularly clear when you look at the typeface of the group of poems. As you can see on the slides, the letters of alternating verses are connected with hyphens, creating the impression of a cable connection. So maybe you see it. Can you see it? Yeah, the hyphens. The letters are connected with hyphens. So at the same time, handwritten disturbances prevent the text from being read until the printed text has finally disappeared. And only the disturbance signals remain. So the vulnerability of digital infrastructures is kind of demonstrated here in a performative way. One might ask, after reading and seeing the poems, were the resistant echinoderms successful? Or has the undersea cable become porous? Or maybe sharks or fishermen have damaged it? Within the poem, various interpretations are offered, but it does not really become clear what happened. So meanwhile, Sada's extremely hermetic poems are themselves a form of disturbed and thus resistant communication. They avoid direct comprehensibility. As such, they also contradict the capitalist ideology of smooth and also interference-free communication. Communication at the speed of light even, as is supposed to be guaranteed by fiber optic cables. And as indicated, this is the relationship between Serda's hermetic poems, which in Szlowski's word, make the reception process rocky in a way, and the attempts of the revolutionary sea urchins to disrupt data transmission via undersea cables. So the emphasis on the materiality of the poem, mostly conveyed through visual strategies, refers to the materiality of our contested digital infrastructures around the globe. In and also with the poem, I would say, reference is thus made to the political economic relevance as well as the susceptibility to disruption of the material basis of our globally networked society. So this was a rush. Thank you so much for listening.
Hi, we're looking forward to joining you here. Could we have sharing privileges to share our screen?
Yes, let me.
Did you lose the Zoom?
Can you guys share now?
Yes, we can. And are you Jasmine?
Yes, I am.
Hey, Jasmine, hi. It's a great pleasure to meet you. I'm going to ask for your help to connect the online with the in-person with a question. And this question is just for the audience as we get started. How many of you crossed the border recently to Tijuana? And then my second question is, how many of you been to SDSU Pure Valley? Those are two simple questions. I'll go back to them in a moment. But hi everybody. And we are tuning in from the Imperial Valley Mexicali borderlands. And it's a great pleasure to present with you today on a topic that is dedicated to transcending borders, which is really a concept and a topic that is the embodiment of how we live as transborder people. As transborder people, this is really the embodiment of our day-to-day experiences, transcending borders and boundaries every day by crossing the border and building bridges. It's a great pleasure to present with you today and present with transborder students and scholars that are participating in a study dedicated on transborder students. Hi, I'm Vanessa Falconorta, Assistant Professor in the Division of Education at SDSU Pure Valley. And today we're going to be presenting alongside with Alexia Reyes and Perla Soto, who are transborder scholars at the Transborder Scholar Collaborative. And hard to believe, but they're undergraduate students majoring in English. You would think they're graduate students. Already they presented at an S3. They're going to be presenting at a National Chicano Studies Conference in April. And this is only the beginning. So for me, it's a great honor to present with students who are reading, writing, conceptualizing, theorizing of what it means to be transborder, because in and of itself, this is their experience living, learning at the borderlands, and I can't think of a better way to study and explore this concept than alongside the community with Perla, with Alex, and also joining us as audience is Neda and Adrian. So welcome. So the question I asked just here in the beginning of show of hands, and Jasmine, if you can help us connect the online with the digital. First question is we would like to know how many people are in the in-person audience. And then secondly, in this in-person audience, just for a show of hands, and Jasmine, type it in the chat box here, is how many of you crossed the border recently to Tijuana? That's the first question. And then how many of you have been to the SDSU Imperial Valley? So that's a question we're asking, just to get a sense of and feel of the room. But before we begin, we want to share a little bit about who we are and what is also where we're located. So we are located at the Imperial Valley Mexicali borderlands, and the land acknowledgement of our Native nations is important to the work that we do. So we want to begin by that acknowledgement. For millennia, the Kumeyaay, Quetzal, and Ho'oponopono people have been part of this land. This land has nourished, healed, and protected and embraced them for many generations in a relationship of balance and harmony. As members of San Diego State University in Imperial Valley, we acknowledge this legacy. We promote this balance and harmony. We find inspiration from this land, the land of the Kumeyaay, Quetzal, and Ho'oponopono. So if you're interested in learning more about the Native nations along the U.S.-Mexico borderlands, feel free to scan the QR code here by the Decolonial Atlas. So more about SDSU Imperial Valley. So we are a satellite campus of SDSU established in 1959. And we received HSI federal designation in 2004. Also very, very important to understand and know about our campus is that we are less than a mile away from the U.S.-Mexico border. And part of our student population, not just students, but also faculty and staff, is a transborder experience and the crossing of the border, often, sometimes daily. A significant population of our campus, but also your campus at SDSU in San Diego, is our transborder students who cross the border every day. So that's what we're going to be presenting here. A little bit more about who we are. So we are the Transborder Scholar Collaborative. So this is a team of scholars who are dedicated to the social justice of transborder students. We ourselves are transborder students, faculty, staff, dedicated to this work through liberatory methodologies like photo voice, autoethnography, and working alongside as community to be able to transform and create inclusive spaces for transborder students at SDSU and beyond. So who are transborder students? Transborder students are a heterogeneous population. They vary in race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, gender expression. But in the literature, what we've mostly seen, what mostly has been covered, is that most transborder students are of Mexican-American ethnic background, and the reasons that lead them to live transborder lives vary. Some of the most critical reasons are due to housing insecurity and living at the borderlands to stay together, due to deportation and for part of mixed immigration status families. Transborder students are not only prevalent in higher education, but throughout the entire academic pipeline. For the purposes of this presentation and the studies that we would present here, we will focus in higher education, but it's important to understand and know that really the student population is throughout the education pipeline. So at this Transborder Scholar Collaborative, we've developed a model to understand a sense of belonging for transborder students. And important about this model are three components. First, to create sense of belonging, spaces of inclusion, spaces of validation. You need transborder people. You need transborder agents, faculty, staff, who will create those spaces, and a lot of times do create those spaces. At the moment, through grassroots initiatives, like you must have heard of the Building Bridges Transborder graduation, and we're very proud to say that we began that effort here at SDSU Imperial Valley, and are so happy to be able to share this with everybody at SDSU and beyond, to be able to serve our students through social justice practices by having a graduation south of the border where their loved ones who can't cross the border can attend. So transborder people in these efforts are important. We need to listen, learn, and follow the leadership of those in the community. Also important is addressing the basic needs of transborder students. Some of those basic needs are related to housing insecurity, food insecurities. Other times they're related to unrest at the U.S.-Mexico borderlands. So addressing those needs and creating spaces of dialogue, great spaces of dialogue, are important. With that are initiatives, events, efforts that are dedicated to validating transborder students' social cultural experiences, through linguistic practices and events and efforts that validate their transborder day-to-day realities. The lack of these experiences, unfortunately, is really marginalization and the invalidation of their lived realities and also social cultural realities and overall culture as an identity in people. And that is what Perla and Alicia are going to be diving in more deeply in this presentation. So I'm going to go ahead now and pass on the mic to Perla.
So probably with the model that we just saw, the model builds on Straightforward's findings in guiding theory, college students' sense of belonging. In terms of college, sense of belonging refers to students perceive social support on campus, a feeling or sensation of connectedness, and the experience of mattering or feeling cared about, accepted, respected, valued by, and important to the campus community or others on campus, such as faculty, staff, and peers.
So there are two different methods that we use. One method was photo voice. What is photo voice? Photo voice is a process in which people can identify, represent, and enhance their community. Through photographic techniques, people can record and capture their images of special moments with their families and friends. It creates many different pictures and all of them tell a story of their own. The other method was collaborative autoethnography. It's a qualitative research method that is simultaneously collaborative and ethnographic. It includes personal narratives and cultural analysis to understand shared experiences of cultural phenomena from multiple perspectives.
Going into our findings, we focused on sense of belonging at the Imperial Valley and Lehigh Valley borderlands and sense of belonging in higher education. Starting with my finding, focusing on sense of belonging in the Imperial Valley and Lehigh Valley borderlands, this picture was taken on my way home after crossing the border. As you can see how the sky, the fire color of the sky was the thing that caught my eye that day. My thoughts at that moment were that the fire in the sky was just not on one side, it was all around. That fiery danger and beauty that both sides shared at that very moment. I related to that fire. I have that fire in me because I am from both sides. I'm someone who belongs in both sides. That fire burned away comments of you're too Mexican, you're too American, or you're not Mexican enough, you're not American enough. And to me, I'm both. Just like that fire in the sky at the border wasn't going to stop me from claiming both sides as my own. I wasn't going to be too much anything or not enough.
So my finding was on the sense of belonging in higher education. And this picture was taken when I attended a peer mentoring program in my first semester when I started at CCIB. And through this program, I met all these extraordinary people that came from different backgrounds or homes, childhood, different parents, different cities. It could either be Mexicali, Ensenada, Rosarito, Calexico, Heber, Bobby. All of us came from different places, and I was so nervous to be attending university on my own because for us, our Mexican family, we always go together in schools and parties and everything. We always are together. And for me to be by myself, to go by myself, take that first step was really challenging for me. But I took it and I didn't know what to do when I got there. These people were just so embracing and so amazing. They taught me so many different things academically and socially. And I think all of these people helped me be the person that I am today.
From our findings, we created advice to campus leaders, starting with language. We want to have linguistic inclusion in Spanish, English, and Spanish. I could put myself as an example here, as well as Alex, my colleague. Spanish is our first language, and I'm sure we both feel more comfortable speaking it. And as much as we both are struggling with not saying any Spanish phrases or dichos, we take a step back, given that once you're translating them, it takes away some of the meaning, some of that power. And right now, speaking English, it's a struggle. If it were me, I'd speak Spanish the whole way through as my native language is what gives me that confidence and that power. For community, we want to have opportunity to connect, give the students opportunities to connect with their community and campus or at their home, create civic leadership opportunities with and for our community, as well as being caring, bringing a welcoming environment through empathy. Most of our transborder scholars, they cross the border every day and they may not feel comfortable in their campus or at the other side where they're crossing to. We want them to feel at home, even crossing the border. That once they cross the border, that doesn't mean that they're gonna go to a place that they don't belong.
So another advice to campus would be historical events, which is give importance to the history and events across the border. Because I know most people celebrate either in Mexico or in the United States, which I think is fine, but I think to be like equal, I think have to give importance to holidays like in Mexico, Dia de Muertos, Dia de Reyes, and over here St. Patrick's, 4th of July. Most they are celebrated like in the actual city, but not like on the other side. So to be equal, I think each of us have to give 50 or 50 to make 100% and combine like our history, like events, because history is really important to our families and to us as well. Another one would be TED Talks, which is bring speakers that are transfronterizo and talk about their experience in Mexicali and Greater Mexico. Throughout my education, especially since middle school, I've seen a lot of people do TED Talks, but mostly like Asian or white, they're African American, Vietnamese. There are a lot of people, but I've never seen actually transfronterizo like us do TED Talks. I think we should bring that I actually have so they can talk about their experiences either in Mexico or here in the United States, like growing up or like going back and forth. And our last one would be bridging the communication gap and applying storytelling, which is share stories on how our great grandparents or families came to be in Calexico and how we identify transfronteriza. So for me, my family, my mom's side of the family, they came from Guadalajara when she was 13. And she started living in Mexicali, and I believe she came to the United States when she was about 18, I believe. And she had a hard time adjusting to this new life because she was already used to being at home. And I used to ask her before that, oh mom, like, would you like to go back to your actual home, Guadalajara? And she told me no, because she was so used. It's been like 30 years since she came, so she just can't go back and be that same person she was when she was 13. She can never go be the same person. And she told me like, no, this is my life, this is my home, this is your guys' home, mine and my siblings, and she wants to give us a better life. Even my grandparents, like they had a hard time, especially my abuelo. He grew up really in a bad environment, as well as my abuela. So they really had a tough childhood that my mom also had that I did not have, but she gave me this life that I really want people to hear about.
All right, and now as we transition on to the Q&A for the larger group, we do have a question for the audience. We opened and began with this question, and Jasmine, if you can help us out.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. We actually have one more presentation on this panel, and then we will begin the Q&A. So if you could just hold on for 1 second, would that be okay? Could you stay on the Zoom?
Well, the students I will have to step away.
Okay.
So we have the question of, for the audience, for everybody who has crossed, we want to see a show of hands who has crossed to Tijuana, and we want to see a show of hands who has been to Imperial Valley, the Imperial Valley SDSU campus. It's two simple questions. How many people have crossed to Tijuana? Just show of hands.
There's
Okay,
eight, including myself.
Great. And how many people have been to the SDSU Imperial Valley campus?
2 people.
Okay, and how many people do we have in the room?
Like 20 to 30.
Okay, well, thank you so much for the space and the time, and I hope this helps us to further just learn about the diversity that we have here at the Borderlands. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, our final presenter today is Nishi Kodaria. And Nishi Kodaria is an intersectional feminist scholar working at the intersections of gender, race, and trauma studies. Her research is focused on South Asian and women's literature, centering a transnational feminist study of partition literature, or simply put, what it means to live in a state of constant back and forth on the border.
Hi everyone, very good afternoon. Really nice to be here. Nice to see you all. So yeah, partition times. Today, as I'm going to be sharing a bit from my research study, I really look forward to sharing more from my work. This is from the thesis that I've been working on and an ongoing project, and it will continue to be an ongoing thing because these are conversations that are ongoing. But yeah, I would also like to acknowledge the presenters before me because they were discussing about being on the border and also living in an experience that's trans-border. I feel like that's timely since I begin my conversation that is a little bit transnational. My study, as it is titled, is Women on the Border, Transnational Feminist Study. As a transnational study, it centers widely how, from a post-colonial feminist perspective, what does it mean to be born on the border, to survive in borderlands, to live on the border. And the centered position that is India and Pakistan. From a South Asian perspective, I borrow a lot more from different writers and different thinkers simply because the conversations that we strike into, especially from a post-colonial perspective, are very much in tandem to each other. But yeah, I did want to begin with a map as it is. This is a map from 1947, following the partition between India. There's the past. The imperial past to that, in many ways, focuses on the ways in which there was a Radcliffe line that was formed before the map dividing the two centers was formed. India and Pakistan, before they formed the two nation states that they came to be, there was a task that was at hand on the British general, then Viceroy Cyril Radcliffe, who went on to partition the lands around India without any knowledge per se of the ways in which the borders work or would work for the people who had to undergo a mass migration right after 1947, which was the independence. This is an interesting segue into it because the ways in which the map was made, dividing the border across the two nation states, was made by suturing different lands. So this was literally Radcliffe getting down and looking at different parts in India and then just putting them up together like in fragments. So this is in one of the ways in which we come to understand how it's not only a physical fragmentation, but also a psychological fragmentation, which I will come back to Ansel Dua, is the ways in which we are meant to survive in a borderland. What my study also took me forward with, sorry about that, is what it means to also look at partition historiography and a little bit of partition history. And what are the kind of gaps that are underway when you look at partition history? How did that get filled? There are other ways in which you need to look at the narratives that come into place in line with filling in the gaps that are present in history. So this is something from one of the novels that I was working on, Scrapping India, wherein one of the titular characters is an 8-year-old girl, and the entire violence surrounding partition is told through her perspective. And this is the question that she asks her caretaker: is India going to be broken? Can one break a country? And what happens if they break it where our houses? Or crack it further up on Paris Road? How will I ever get to Godmother's then? This is seen as a silly dynamic, as a rhetoric, of a childish sort, but then it goes back to speaking about the ways in which Urvashi Butalia, whose work I also heavily borrow from, speaks about the ways in which there is a certain madness surrounding partitioning lives, like partitioning a physical land. So this kind of interplays in that sense of madness that surrounds partition and partitioning. I also want to segue into partition times as a tagline itself. A post-colonial theorist, Anna Bernard, speaks about the ways in which we do not live in a post-colonial time or timeline. We live in partition times instead. There's only a time that's prior to that, and then there's just the ways in which partition seeps into your life, and the experiences in living in the borderlands impacts everything else after. So it's a partition time rather than just a post-colonial timeline that we're discussing. And it's also interesting how partition changes the ways in which we look at time, because we'll be delving a little bit more into how memory functions, and there's a constant back and forth in and across the border. And for me, placing myself as a theorist as well as a post-colonial feminist is integral. As I was working on my research study, I was reminded that I was not only born during and around a borderland, the area that I was born into and that I grew up in. So all of my friends' experiences after, not only in India, but also my friends' experiences across the border in Pakistan, a lot of them mirror my own. Given the fact that our first generation, those of us who had first generational experiences by living in the borders, there's a certain violence that seeps into even by being a fourth generation speaker or being a fourth generation persona speaking about partition. And then me coming back here and speaking about borders and borderlands within the Tijuana border itself and San Diego is an interesting, I feel like, physical placement. Which is something I wanted to acknowledge before we go on as we speak about borderlands. But yeah, this is a very vital scene, I feel like, in line with centering the ways in which partition impacts people in their private spaces, in their lived realities versus the partition historiography and partition history of it. Excuse me. This is what Battaglia gets to in one of her studies, because a lot of feminist theorists that came up after the 1947 partition, a lot of their works were also focused on oral narratives and centering the oral narratives perspective of women, which formed a part of the larger silences surrounding partition history, which partition history did not make space enough for. So partition history critically overlooked the ways in which trauma manifested within the lives of the lived realities of millions impacted by mass migration across the borders and of families disrupted, which is where you kind of start looking at these narratives and oral history, testimonies that move a little bit away from the ways in which historical recording of facts works. And it's also important because this is kind of the gaps that Urvashi Battaglia speaks about that we're seeking to fill when we're looking at partition history. So just reading a part from her introduction when she says, I looked at what the large political facts of this history seem to be saying. If I was reading them right, it would seem that partition was now overdone with the thing of the past. Yet all around us, there was a different reality. Partitions everywhere, communal tension, religious fundamentalism, continuing divisions on the basis of religion. I would also like to place a little bit more on the political lines on the India and Pakistan front, just to also bring it to your attention that India is also, and both the nation states are also the only cities in the world that require, there's a certain paperwork that goes into it. If you need a visa to travel from an Indian passport to Pakistan versus a Pakistani passport to India, which is why a lot of my friends also have that problem with commuting and also meeting their families all across the borders. A lot of them, and this is something that goes into the oral narrative history part of it too, and this is something I see in their experiences, is that it's incredibly difficult to get an Indian visa if you have a citizenship in Pakistan, vice versa, if you have an Indian passport, and if you want to travel to Pakistan. And on that, even though you do, you can only travel until up to 3 cities after you get a visa holding from across the border. So there's a lot of complex political aspects in the ways in which there's a certain control in mobility and movement even across partitions. So there's the ways in which we look at partition as partition times and what does it mean to live divided in the borderlands. But yeah, Joe Cleary's work is something I heavily borrowed from when I was looking at the partition gaps in historiography. One ways in which he does his study looking at different partitions transnationally is comparing partitions in Ireland, India, and Palestine from a comparative focus. And the comparative focus becomes henceforth a central ways in which you can look at this kind of a theoretical study, especially since discussions around these are very well in tandem when we are discussing from a post-colonial perspective, how does the imperial rule within these countries nurse certain racialized structures of colonial state, and often manipulates ethnic differences to maintain imperial rule. So I find that this kind of also motivated me to look at partition studies from a comparative perspective myself when I was looking at partition history and in tandem with partition literature, in particular South Asian women's literature. So yeah, in line, I want to come back to Kutalia when she says in what ways do we come to understand partition, but in the ways it has been handed down to us. And some of those include moving away from the historical recording of facts to its fiction, memoirs, testimony, and to its memories, which are at the same time individual and collective, and which illuminate the underside of history, or as Kutalia rightly mentions, the other side of silences. What are the different silences that seep in through the cracks created by partition and by borders, borderland formations, which is one of the ways in which partition literature, partition fiction that surrounded after 1947, following 1960, and then the early 1990s, kind of heavily focused on the partition subjectivities and looking at it from a subjective, individualized, but also communal perspective. Within this, it's also integral for me, and especially as a post-colonial feminist, to center women's narratives and women's writings during partition, which going on to speak about the silences in history, highlight how the violences against women and also the sexual violences against women were often overlooked in historical records that came to be about partition. So partition literature does provide the historian access to the domestic experiences and discourse around partition, composed of affective histories, marginal subjectivities, and family histories that do not form a place in official history writing. It also exists as a sole written record of gender violence, defining the other side of silence, especially when a national rhetoric is heavily driven by the imperial powers, and also based on a nationalist state propaganda. These are the sources within which you have conversations around gender violence that feature in. One aspect of also looking at the partition novel, which came to be with women's writings as a popular medium, is looking at it as opposed to the westernized Eurocentric version of Bildungsroman Roman. You have the partition novel, and especially the partition novel in women's writings, as Anna Bernard calls it, as a dissensual Bildungsroman, or a pessimistic version of it, that represents in very many ways in which how the literary form and also the partition novel itself both relies on and also resists partition's historical trajectory, and centers a female narrative that is heavily seeped into the communal, not only individualized, which is where it kind of segues away from the traditional or the classic ways in which we've looked at Bildungsroman, which was a very interesting way in which I kind of situated partition fiction when I was studying it. And it also, the coming of age novel in partition fiction, therefore, represents the intricate ways in which the communal continues to influence and impact the individual. So some of the novels that I was able to center were Traffic India by Bapsi Sindhwa, Khadija Mastoor's Women's Courtyard, and Atiya Hussein's Sunlight on a Broken Cotton. All of them, in very critical ways, center the movement across borders in the figure of a female protagonist, whose journey follows a constant back and forth between the borders. A very interesting transnational perspective over these was that helped me understand the transborder experience a lot more, was Gloria Anzaldua's La Borderlands La Frontera, her aspect of mestiza consciousness. Many figures like Aya, who's a caretaker in Sindhwa's Traffic India, alludes to that of the mestiza woman, or a mestiza woman as a border woman. Much like the Mexican woman, as argued by Anzaldua, is doubly threatened by not only sexual violence, but also as a refugee. She's forced to flee familiar and safe homeland to venture into the unknown, and this is the home forms to be the thin edge of the barbed wire. One aspect of border feminism that came up when I was looking at this in itself was a new terminology for me when I was looking at partition fiction, is how the figure of the woman within these narratives formed from their agency via the aspect of ambiguity surrounding their identity, which defied the ways in which nationalist state agenda tried to fabricate them up based on their religious identity. So border feminism extends in partition novels by women, is by centering in crucial ways how female protagonist seeks to transgress patriarchal structures of family, community, and nation state, navigating spaces of belonging, trauma, and memory, which becomes a central part in their narratives. And yeah, this is one of the vital ways in which one gets to talk about the mestiza consciousness by developing a tolerance for contradictions and a tolerance for ambiguity, which I found to be critically centered even within the partition novel, which is why this kind of a transnational study helped me extend my understanding of what it means to be a woman on the border. This is also from one of Ansel Dua's poetry when she writes 1,950 mile long open wound dividing up Pueblo, I didn't say that right, a culture running down the length of my body, staking fence rods in my flesh, splits me, mi raha. I hope that I pronounced that right. But basically, this also speaks to the ways in which it's a psychological but also physical suturing and fragmentation of identity and the body, which features in the partition novel and women's writings during this time after 1947. So there's this critical question that another theorist asked then: how many partitions did it take to make the partition of 1947? If coming political strife and timings are to be noted, then the partitions never stopped and continued to be a part of partition times rather than post-colonial times, is as Anna Bernard speaks about it, which is also a very critical way. One of the purposes in my larger project also was how are stories getting represented about and around partition, especially those from my generation. What do they take forward from the history that's represented, and also history that doesn't feature in these gaps, these silences around women's violence, around violence against women. And this is something that another theorist in Pakistan, Anam Zakaria, has worked on with her oral narratives surrounding first generation, second generation, third generation, and fourth generation children and women who have been survivors of partition and whose families have survived partition. What does it mean for the younger generation to be at risk for absorbing an increasingly rigid and myopic narrative partition in its entirety? This tends to have those great replications. So I was always drawn back to the ways in which partition not only is created within the physical and the physicality of it, but also in the psychological state of it, how many partitions continue to be created and how we look at each other from that us versus them dynamic across the border. Steve, I do want to pitch in and kind of segue into one real theory real quick before I'm also being mindful of the time. But yeah, this is a very interesting way in which I looked at my transnational status in my study. Steve Saleta's internationalism as a work in post-colonial critical studies features a very important and integralist connection across borders when it's fostering solidarity between these Palestinian and Native American struggle against the usurpation of land resources by settler colonizers. In the Indian context, then, it becomes pertinent to not only retrace the imperial underpinnings leading to partition between India and Pakistan, but also finding means of solidarity across the border. Literature offers one medium of such collective grieving. Before I do end for the day, I do want to read a poem on the Eve of Ramadan by Fatima Asghar, which I found to be, it's one of the recent poems by her, but I feel like the way it goes on and the ending of it speaks very critically about how these are conversations in tandem, and they are very important to be so when we're talking about defining a settler colonialist rhetoric. So the poem goes in this manner: on the eve of Ramadan, they're murdering entire cities of people in Palestine and Sudan. The videos broadcasted to our phones, a father carrying his murdered child in plastic bags, and airdrops misfired parachutes stuck inside, murdering more. Flocks of beautiful children, ribbons in their braids, waving white flags gone. What language can I use? What language is there left? Above, a kite flies in the sky, untethered below, a body lays slaughtered. There's an internet blackout and then an entire neighborhood gone. Extinct village after extinct village, gone, 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 gone. Sorry for being redundant, sorry for not having more beautiful words to make you care. I don't know how to write this other than plainly, my friends prepare to fast. In America, they celebrate an award show and applaud themselves for diversity, for how far they've come. My language has run out all around me. Kids are dying and healers in the West talk about karma, death's oath. What is the God you pray to that turns their back to this? What is the God you pray to that justifies and then plenty so many? There are no words inside me. I scream into the black hole. Depression is not an adequate feeling, more like there is a well of grief inside me, so deep. If I stand on the edge of it, I might go mad. There are millions standing at the edge of their hearts, screaming into the night sky. I keep repeating myself, the award show gets standing ovations. My non-Muslim friends text Shiri Ramadan Mubarak texts, the Ummah fast, and there are bodies broken under rubble, waiting to be found. The war that is not war, but a genocide has been going on for years. It didn't start when they said it did. A white man drew a border not his, signed a paper, denied who was there, who had always been there. Make no mistake, that's what started this.
All right, thank you so much to all of our presenters. I know we are technically out of time, but if it's okay with the organizers, can we do one question at least for the panelists? Do, okay, a couple, okay. Great.
This is for Auntie. With the poem at the end, I thought it was really cool how the form sort of kind of cannibalizes itself with the, I think the derms, I'm saying that right?
Yeah.
And the urchins and all that. And I was wondering what your interpretation is on that. I kind of saw it as sort of a reclamation from like Mother Nature or something like that, and taking back whether it's personal space or visible space, and this kind of dissolution of the poem as language and culture, or bit of humanity, kind of like entertaining that.
Yeah, I mean that is one interpretation that the poem definitely offers. And as I said, there are several interpretations offered within the poem. So it could be the Urkins, it could be even like some natural disruption which comes from, I don't know, just the material collapsing or so. And in the poem before, like the page before, it also says that I think spam, and then the disturbing signals even look like spam if people look into it. So it could also be like not the undersea cable getting disrupted, but like just a surface with just spam and no signal at all, which would definitely switch the meaning of the poem again. So I think it's meant to be this, I don't know, open to interpretation. So your interpretation is pretty good, I would say, but so it depends, like how you read the poem. You can reread the poem again and again, and also always find different hints to different interpretations, which makes them so interesting, I think.
So I have a general question. I don't think I need a microphone. Can you talk us through as I sort of formulate it? But what I'm interested in is the fact that all three of you ended up talking about poetry. And in some ways, you're all thinking about the limitations of the nation, right? Even thinking about the Ottoman Empire, the British Empire. The British Empire sometimes gets conflated with Britain, but even Britain is a complicated place as a multiplicity of different states. So I'm wondering, it's a broad question, but does the novel speak more to the nation and poetry to these non-national configurations like continents or pastoral climates or partitioned lands? Is there something inherent in poetry that allows it to speak? And sort of why did all three of you pick poetry as your emblem of these non-national questions?
I think this is a tough question. This is a good question. I'm obsessed with this question.
I really like this question because this is something that came up because my study was very heavily based on the partition novel and novel writing by women, which became a narrative that kind of segued away from the larger nationalist, not only the nationalist but also the imperialist rhetoric around partition. The partition novel by women offered that space, especially for women writers during that time. So it became, that form of agency building on their parts. And I'm also reminded of a couple of other works that I came across. There was Joe Cleary's work that I just referenced. He did a transnational study across borderlands and also a partition novel across these different regions in Ireland, Palestine, and India. And what he found was that even in the Palestinian experience, the partition novel became a central focus in exploring the imperial dynamics against the native communities, and also centering very vitally the native perspective about partition. So the novel became a stronger medium than the poem for Joe Cleary, as he's mentioning it. That a lot of Palestinian writers sought to work on the partition novel as a move away from the poem as well, to kind of center the lived experiences of people, which becomes possible with the partition novel. And this is something Urvashi Bhattalia in a way briefly mentions, even though her work is on oral narratives. She's mentioned how literary studies and the novel writing features kind of very heavily the lived experiences and the domestic and the intimate spaces of violence that doesn't seep into other spaces, especially history and other forms of writing. Poetry in a medium becomes a very interesting way because partition poetry was in itself another genre that came up in the Indian context, at least I can say. And I'm reminded of writers who were folk writers, like Punjabi writers, and Amrita Preetham. She writes about Wagah border, and all of her writings are in the form of verses and poetry. So the ways in which poem kind of looks at the breaking and border breaking and the fragmentations created in the identity and memory is a little bit different than the way partition novel approaches it, but definitely they're both mediums, I believe, of female agency being practiced around borderland formations and in associating with the violence and trauma created by partition. That doesn't give you a straight-jacketed answer, but
you can probably see that we're having this debate. Who should go next? And this is a tough question. I was finding in my research with Hannah that we were focusing on poetry because we were in a poetry class, but also there is a wealth of knowledge on Palestinian poetry specifically because of what Mahmoud Darwish has done for the poetry world in general. And I think, from my opinion, just like the poems that I've been reading and the things that I've been fascinated by, I think poetry is uniquely situated to talk about space in a way that a novel may not necessarily do it. Like, you can play with white space in a poem, you can play with the enjambment and like the line breaks and things like that. And so the way that a poem can visualize these partitions and these borders is different than a novel would. But I do want to say that the Palestinian novel, and then also I think novels in general, are not devoid of this conversation about imperialism and what it's like to describe the body across these borders. Like Nishi was talking about the partition novel. One of the most prominent Palestinian novelists is Ghassan Kanafani, and he started the PFLP, the Palestinian Front for Liberation, People's Front for Liberation of Palestine. And he's got so many novels, and he is like the premier novelist of Palestine. But he also did a lot of activism work, and so he was assassinated for that reason. And so his novels and his article writing is what got him to that point. And so you can't have protests and liberation without both the novel and poetry. But I think poetry, because usually it's so much shorter, easier to disseminate and put in little zines and magazines and things like that. So those are my opinions about that.
I also think it's a really tough question, and I mean, I had so much time to think about it now, but speaking of German literature, which is the field I'm an expert in actually, is that I would say that it deals just differently with those topics. I mean, poetry has a really, as you said, it has a way of playing with the material more, like the language, even the looking of the poem, the visuality, and also has ways of dealing with those questions of transnationality and also cross-border phenomena in a really like condensed way, and also like in a more reflective way, speaking of language. But in Germany, we have a lot of like transgenerationale Romane, so transgenerational novels, I would say, yeah. And this is like a huge field, and they're coming more and more every year, like those kind of novels. So I would say it's just different, maybe, yeah.
I would say look out for my next research is going to be about a Palestinian novel. Thank you, Quentin Bailey.
Also, just to add to that, what's brought to my mind as I'm reflecting over it is because all the partition novels that I've studied very heavily feature in poetry, verses, and songs, folk songs, but also folk poetry in them. Both from the Indian novels that I've looked at, also Pakistani novels. Because the study that I compared this with Ansel Dua's Borderlands is also that Ansel Dua initially hoped to make her book into a poetry collection instead of instead of a merge between political essays and poetry. So that just got me thinking into how even when you look at the mestiza consciousness as the mixed, as the in-between spaces, all of these works is fascinating now that you've mentioned it, how they also feature in poetry within the novel form itself. So it becomes vital for the novel to have the poetry ingrained in it, just like how Ansel Dua also shifts attention from the political essays and her semi-autobiographical references with the poetry in Spanish and English. So poetry then becomes a vital medium to transgress the borderlands and also make sense of the borderlands and the fragmented identity. So as the mestiza consciousness, which I'm also looking at in the partition novel, as a mestiza, as a border woman, you write, in poetic form, but also in the literary medium of the novel. So I believe that's how you make sense of being divided.
Yeah, I'm not against novels.
No.
Thank you.
Come study in our English department. We hate novels. I think we have time for one more question.
Thank you. So I just want to say thank you all for participating and listening so well. Are friends on Zoom still here from the Imperial Valley campus?
Yes.
They are still here. Okay, wonderful. My question for them is about this Photo Voice project. I love Photo Voice projects. I think they're so fascinating and they give such an opportunity for non-academic in the quote unquote sense, because we had that conversation about accessibility earlier, right? And so these Photo Voice projects give a different kind of access to the kind of research that you guys are doing. And so I'm wondering if in these Photo Voice representations that you're looking at and all of the photos that you're analyzing, if you see, or what are the common themes that you guys see arise, if there's certain images that recur across different people. Like you talked about the sunset that you were looking at. Did other people also take pictures of sunset, and what is that experience like comparing all of these images?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, we can hear you.
To answer your question, okay, here it is. Well, so the pictures that we had, my picture, that was a picture that I took myself. And when you mentioned the sunset, I think that's something that many people, I don't know why I feel like that's something that everybody has taken a picture of once in their life. I think we all see a different type of meaning or beauty in it. So for us at the border, whenever I think we take a picture of one side, especially something so wide like the sky, there's always that question of, can they see it too? Am I the only one that's looking at it right now? So the reason for me to pick that picture was that I felt like maybe if, let's say someone ever sees, if it's spread outright, that picture, who knows, maybe somebody would say, oh, I saw that. I was right there and I didn't take a picture, but somebody else did. And oh, I wish I had taken a picture of it. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Let's give our panelists one last time, then we'll turn over to Dr. Mack.
thanking our presenters for your wonderful, wonderful presentations and for sharing your work with us. I also want to thank our incredible moderators, Dr. Leong, Dr. Edwards, and Dr. Pressman. And I also really want to thank our audience for your thoughtful questions and for being here with us today. And lastly, I would like to thank our sponsors, the Department of English, Literature, and English and Comparative Literature, I'm sorry. I was thinking of RWS. And MALAS, as well as thank the Digital Humanities Center for hosting us again 2 years in a row. Thank you all for coming, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day and weekend.
Thank you for all your help.
Thank you.